situation, just because you exercise, you still could have something going on in your organs that's not pumping your blood the right way, or that's hindering your blood from pumping the right way and going through the proper circulation. So to get the proper circulation going, you take garlic, take cayenne pepper, and roots and herbs that deal with that situation. That's what I would suggest.
Sounds great. I will start there when he comes home, that is. Yes, but all is well here, and I understand you have had your hands full with your situation.
I didn't get that, matriarch.
Your son Blake.
And that's how they got here, by fire, by force. And one of their slogans is, by the fire, nature is renewed. How about that? They use that in Scottish Rite Freemasonry. It's on their websites. They have our deities using them for power: King Solomon, King Tut, Hathor, Goddess Isis, the god Osiris. See, so when we see this and we notice this is where they're deriving their power from, you have to take your power back, and you have to start invocating and praying to your deities. This is in the imperial royal bloodlines, the original gods and goddesses on earth. That lineage, they don't go back as far as the beginning of time, but they are the ones who these secret societies have been taught to pray to, because that's the information they stole from the imperial royal family of Tahuti and erased them from the Bible. So these are the things that we're getting back through the Akashic record, through constant meditation and constant prayer. This prayer right here that I'm saying breaks a lot of yokes. And I also have some more prayers that cut the cord. Cut the cord prayers. If you need those prayers, email me. There's been a lot going on. I haven't checked my email in like 2 weeks, which is unusual for me. But please bear with me. It's just so much going on. We're going through a major transition and a major battle. This is the last battle in the war, and it is dirty. It's gruesome. So just keep up your spiritual life. Keep up your connection with the ancestors and the deities that I'm talking about. And when you say your prayers, take back your power from these wicked ones that are using it against us. You say your prayers to, and you ask, the Black Madonna, Goddess Isis, the god Osiris, Hathor, the goddess Hathor, King Solomon, and King Tut. You go to them, you ask them to block, deny all prayers and repentance for the wicked. That day is over. So they're going to listen to you. If you have a righteous heart as light as a feather, the ancestors, these deities are going to follow you. They're going to stop this wickedness, because this is how they're gaining on us. This is how they've been gaining power on us all these years. So I hereby revoke, by the powers in me, I command the ancestors, the ancient ones, the Black Madonna, Goddess Isis, the god Osiris, Goddess Hathor, King Tut, and King Solomon, and all the deities, the sun god, all the deities that are being prayed to by the wicked. I hereby command you to deny all their prayers and all their repentance. All prayers and all repentance for the wicked is denied, revoked. Do not hear their prayers. Do not give them repentance for their wicked acts that they keep doing and coming back and repenting for it over and over again, just to come back the next day or a few hours later to do more wickedness. This is what I've seen and I know in my own life. I don't talk about anything that I have not seen with my own eyes or experienced with my own presence. So these are things that I know because I live them, I go through them, and I know what works, and I know what does not work. So believe me when I tell you, if I'm expressing something to you, you can take it to the bank, and you will come out, and you will say this prayer, and you will be able to see clarity and manifestation in your life. So let me say the last part of this prayer. These violating imposters, if the ancestors do not get to them first, the Aborigine Moors Charter will be assessed to them, and the fee schedule, and their heirs and their children shall be cursed and be made to pay back their forefathers' debt to we, the Aborigine Moors, and our empire and our heirs, only in perpetuity, so on and so on and so on to infinity. Moors, it is important to pull on our ancestors for power. This is why the imposters aim to kill the Aboriginal inhabitants who they considered so-called witches. And if you don't know who the imposters are, that is the Jesuit Jews. This whole entire planet has been run by the Jesuits for the last 100 years solid. The first 27 years was their making of coming into power and stealing and going everywhere, discovering everything and killing the heirs of the land to take over their family estate, to take over the land from those who have been given that duty since the beginning of time. This is the first time in 700 million years that this particular 13 royal family lines have not been at the forefront in power to visibly be seen by the world. It's only in the last 100 years that they have not been visibly seen and known to the world as being a power, the power base, or the governors of the land, I should say. So the last 120 years, the imposter, the last 127 years, the imposter has been in that seat. So the imposters that aim to kill the Aboriginal inhabitants of the world, who they considered so-called witches because they possess powers through the practice of ancestral magic. Now, if you all know anything about the legacy and the stories that have been told, when the Catholic Church and the Jesuits, Judaism and Islamism, all three of those Orthodox religions came into power, what they did was they knew we had spiritual powers and protection from that. They stripped it from the people who they conquered, and they called it heresy. And they told them anybody practicing divination or anything like that, they will be killed. So they was burning our people at the stake because they didn't want no competition. Y'all have to understand this. This is very important to our coming back into power. They made you feel like, once they set up all these churches and start controlling these Baptist priests and bishops and those who they put in place to tame us and to teach us only a few scriptures out of the Bible that was already watered down and the good stuff taken out of it. They told them, only teach these certain scriptures. Okay. And in that mandate was for them to dumb us down and for them to not allow the study of astrology, astronomy, and all these different things that you can see right there in the Bible that they did, the three magi's and everything relating to the stars. It's right there. But they were given a mandate to not teach us that. So when you start looking at and they're doing spells, all of this, all of these things we've been under have been under the auspice of an illusion. And they're doing the very thing that they told us not to do. This is how they gained power on us. This is how they kept us so dumbed down to keep following that church and to keep following a lie, because they've been doing spells. Anybody that's and we're going to get more into this after two more tribal members say the prayer, but as I'm going along, these things are coming to me. So this is how they have maintained a power base all throughout the world. They set up these churches, these synagogues, and these Islamic mosques, and they have been praying to our deities. The Black Madonna, King Tut, King Solomon, which is a big thing with the Masons. King Solomon, one of our tribal members who was in our tribe, was a trader, and he was a Mason, and he always talked about King Solomon. That's a revelation. We in a time of revelation. So these people, the vast majority of them, if they come into our midst, their allegiance is to their brotherhood and sisterhood, because they took a blood pact under the sword. So it's and those in the military and the government and federal agencies, all of that, they all had to take this oath. Those in the music industry, sports industry, modeling, entertainment, all of them had to take this same pact. So you dealing with them being under the orders of the Jesuit priesthood. That's where they get their control from. This is how they control these people. If you follow what's going on, if you know the truth, if you can sense the truth, you already know what they're doing in these groups in the entertainment industry and in the music industry. They're doing rituals. And all of these, they initiate these rappers and these artists into their priesthood and make them become Masons, because that's the only way they can control them. They make them take the pact, the blood pact. They make them join Mason, the so-called black ones, high up, are in the boule. And the Masons and Freemasons are the pale face ones. Freemasons, they call themselves free and accepted Freemasons. Why? Because they weren't free. They were not free in 100 years ago, 127 years ago. They were slaves. They were in the cave. Cave, our people who helped them come out the cave, particularly in my family line, out of London, England, helped them come out of the cave and gave them certain rights and privileges and let them become free Masons. So you have Masons and you have Freemasons. So keep note of that. They're saying they're free for a reason. All right. So these are some of the main PowerPoints I'm going to expound on as we move forward tonight in the call. There's so many things relevant to what I just said that has been revealed, that all things moving in power on this land have to do with Jesuit priesthood and Masonic orders. All right, so Moors, it is important for us to pull on our ancestors for power. This is why the impostors aim to kill all Aboriginal inhabitants who they consider so-called witches, because they possess the powers through the practice of ancestral magic. Niagara Falls was a known landmark where they threw Asiatic Aboriginal women over into the falls because of their powers. Thus, the name Niagara Falls derived from the word negra. The feminine variation translates to Niagara. The imposters have always changed one or two letters of the original indigenous words belonging to the Aboriginal inhabitants of the world. For your information, in case you did not know, the words Niggah, Niggah, Nigas, Neggas, and Negus are all derivatives of an ancient word describing Asiatic royalty. So these people was actually giving us our attribute. They was actually perpetuating our attribute, calling us nigger, but they did it in a derogatory tone, and which made us feel that it was derogatory because we lost grace. We lost the knowledge of self. We lost the knowledge of what nigger and negas really means. Ashe, I yield for the moment for the next tribal member to say the prayer. We say this 3 times to lock it in, and I yield.
Ashe. So, Brother Ephron, yourself, I'll go ahead and proceed with the prayer. Blessings and peace, family. I, Ephron Yosef, Adar Ramses L, and the Moors, with the powers invested in me, with my masculine and Shekinah powers within, invoke the Holy Spirit of truth to break, dissolve, and to cut all soul ties in the spirit realm and the astral plane attached to me and my family, and the family of the Moors that are ungodly and do not serve our highest and best good. I, Ephron, Yosef Adar Ramses L, and we in the Moors cancel, remove, and destroy all altars made in the image of God, who is in me and likeness, in our image and likeness. I, Ephron, Yosef Adar Ramses L, and we in the Moors break, removes, and destroy all rituals that have been brought against us in the astral plane, spirit realm. All spells, curses, hexes, and rituals are now bound up, destroyed, and sent back to the senders forever with death and curse. I, Ephron, Yosef Adar Ramses L, and we in the Moors cut, sever, and destroy all spiritual agreements and contracts that we have entered into knowingly or unknowingly that has hindered the Moors, my life, my family's lives, past, present, and future. I cancel, destroy, dissolve any and all attacks brought against me in the dream state that may have attached itself to me or my family. I break all generational curses brought against me and my family. I cut, sever, and cancel all soul tie agreements and contracts made along my family line that are ungodly and do not serve our highest and best good. I, Ephron, Yosef, Adar, Ramses, El, and we in the Moors release the wealth, riches, gold, instructions, and wisdom held for us in the astral plane. Let it rain down to our palms in the physical manifestation. I, Ephron, Yosef, Adar, Ramses, El, and we in the Moors declare that all beings sitting in our seats of power shall resign and be removed, for there is no repentance of their sins against the Most High Elohim's words in the aboriginal Moors, landlords in the land of Mu. I, Ephron, Yosef, Adar, Ramses, El, and we in the Moors, we all declare that all imposter fiduciaries, trustees, and beneficiaries of the U.S. corporation and all political bodies within that have been over our vast estate and the Americas shall be removed and turned over and shall turn over the keys to the White House and the Buckingham Palace to the Moors. Death to all those secret societies, takers and oath keepers, the daughter of Nile, daughters of Isis, all fraternal orders, U.S. who are holding on to our words left by our ancestors, our hidden books, hidden culture and knowledge, and our connection to our cosmic and earthly creators, and our ancestors who left us an inheritance of teachings and instructions. These violating impostors must correct their wrongs, or else all violators will be punished pursuant to the Aborigine Moors Charter and fee schedule, and their heirs and children's children shall be cursed and made to pay back their forefathers' debt to we, the Aborigine Moors, and our heirs, only in perpetuity, so on and so on to infinity. So it is, so it is, so it is. Ashe.
Wow, thank you, Noble.
Okay.
Who's next? Matriarch, you going?
Well, I can go, and I was kind of waiting for someone else to go.
We just did 3. If you want to go, you're more than welcome.
That was 2, right?
I mean, 2, yeah. Now we need your 3.
Okay, not a problem. Islam. O Re, ancestors, warriors, guardians, angels, I command thee, I beseech thee. I, noblesse matriarch Camila Amitiel at Bay, and we, the imperial Cherokee nation of Moors, the Aborigine Moors of the empire, with the powers invested in me, with my masculine and feminine Shekinah powers within, invoke the Holy Spirit of truth to break, dissolve, and cut all soul ties in the spirit realm and astral plane attached to me and my family of the Moors. All things that are ungodly and do not serve our highest and best good are banished, and they shall be stripped away from us, never to be seen again. I, Matriarch Camila Amitiel at Bay, and we, the Cherokee nation of Moors, Aborigine Moors bloodline, my children, in the image and likeness of my tribal images and likenesses of my members, made in our images and likenesses, and all altars that have been made in our images and likenesses shall be destroyed. All these altars that may have anything as far as a picture, a doll, or anything that even appears to look like our appellation shall be destroyed, never to be seen again. I, noblesse matriarch Camila Amitiel at Bay, and we, the imperial Cherokee nation of Moors, the Aborigine Moors of the empire, break, remove, and destroy all negative rituals and sorcery that have been brought against us in the astral plane and spirit realm. All spells, curses, hexes, and negative rituals, along with sorcery, are now bound up, destroyed, and sent back to the cinders forever with curse and death. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, and we, the Imperial Cherokee Nation of Moors, cut, sever, and destroy all spiritual agreements and contracts that we have entered into, knowingly or unknowingly, that has hindered the Moors, hindered my life, my family's lives, past, present, and future. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, counsel, destroy, dissolve any and all attacks brought against me in the dream state that may have attached itself to me or my family of the Moors. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, cancel, destroy, dissolve any and all attacks brought against me in the dream state that may have attached itself to me or my family. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, break all generational curses brought against me and my family of the Moors. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, break all generational curses brought against me and my family of the Moors. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, break all generational curses brought against me and my family of the Moors. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, cut, sever, and cancel all soul tie agreements and contracts made along my family line that are ungodly and do not serve our highest and best good. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, and we, the Aborigine Moors of the Empire, the Cherokee Nation of Moors, release the wealth, riches, and gold, health for me, health for us, in the astral plane and in the physical plane. Let it rain down to our palms in the physical right now manifestation. Let it rain down forever. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, and we, the Imperial Cherokee Nation of Moors, release the wealth, riches, and gold, hell for me, hell for us, in the astral plane and the physical plane. Let it rain down to our palms in the physical manifestation right now. Let it rain down forever. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, and we, the Imperial Cherokee Nation of Moors, the Aborigine Moors Empire, declare that all beings that continue to sit in our seats of power shall resign, be removed, with no more opportunities to violate. They cannot repent. There is no repentance, no repentance, no repentance. We accept no repentance for their sins against the ancestors and the Most High Elohim's divine words, and the Aborigine Moors, the landlords of the land of Mu. I, Nobilis Matriarch Camila Amitiel Atla Bay, declared that all imposters, fiduciaries, trustees, and beneficiaries of the U.S. Corporation, all states, government officials, governors, mayors, city councils, and all of them register of deeds is what I wrote. All of them are in one ball to be considered all political corporations of the U.S. And Pope Francis eviscerated all corporations in 2014. All these physical bodies, all these bodies that are within our vast estate in the Americas that have stolen our land shall be removed. And that goes for all RH negative beings, blood types that are light skinned, dark skinned, All these people that are envious, wicked, malicious, they destroy for pleasure, drinking people's blood and eating their flesh and having open restaurants to do these type things. These people shall be banished from our land. We don't have that on our land. We won't have it ever. They shall be removed. They can take some water, take some dirt. They shall go to the abyss, never to be seen again. And turn over the keys to the White House and Buckingham Palace, to the Moors. Turn it back to the Moors that created them. All these secret societies holding on to our words left for us by our ancestors, our lost books, hidden culture, and the knowledge of our connection to our cosmic and earthly creators. Our ancestors who left us an inheritance of teachings and instructions on how to run this dominion. This is our empire. These violating impostors must correct their wrongs, or else all violators shall be punished, pursuant to the Aborigine Moors' charter and fee schedule. The ancestors will bring this back into balance. These people cannot escape. They can't go anywhere. Our ancestors don't play. They will bring the wind, they will bring the lightning, they will bring the tornadoes. I'm talking tornadoes 5 miles deep. I'm talking our ancestors don't play. The fire will touch these people. And Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, so these violating impostors must correct the wrongs, or else all violators shall be punished, pursuant to the Aborigine Moors' charter and fee schedule, and their heirs, 7 generations deep plus, shall be cursed and be made to pay back their forefathers' debt to we, the Aborigine Moors, and our heirs, only in perpetuity, and so on till infinity. So it is. So it is. So it is.
Ashewa, Ashewa.
Ashe, 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 Ianifa Empress Nenti of North Carolina.
Wow.
Ashewa.
Um,
Ashewa. Ashewa.
Islam was writing in red ink. It's wonderful to be in the know. A brother asked me last week for information pertaining to the steps, and I told him Empress Nenti has it all covered. Why would you want to go through their BS to get to where you already need to be? That doesn't make much sense to me. It was just a waste of time, waste of finance, waste of paper, waste of energy. We are here, right now. It's a new day. The planets have been aligned. The age of Aquarius has arrived. Why would you want to go back? They are liars, cheaters, thieves. They will say anything, do anything. They got tell lies to your vision. They program and train people every day. People sit up here and look like they don't have anything better to do. They never open up a book. It's time for us to rule, to lead. We have to open up these books and open up our minds. Take the veil, open up the veil. The veil has been on us for years. It's now time to clean off your pineal gland, your pituitary gland. All these things work for you. The sun is what you need, at least 2 hours of sun to activate your adrenals and all these things that work in your body. They work in consort. You got to learn your body, how it works, what to do. Ancestors gave us all this. We sit up here and watch Tell Lies to Your Vision all day like we're going to learn something. We can learn absolutely nothing from our great, 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 great nothingness. We need to know who we are right here, right now. Empress Nenti is the only one who can bring this into fruition. No one else. I see no one else. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, it's a woman that's going to straighten out all this mess. He said that in his mandate towards the back. I read these words and I said, I'm looking for a woman. And that's Empress Nenti. All these other women, they're full of hot air. I've seen it for myself. So ancestors are leading. Fate and destiny is sitting on our shoulders, who came through the birth canal with us, and they recognize, along with our ancestors, along with all of the chosen ones that are guiding and directing us. This is not a game. With that, I'll yield.
Ashe, Ashe. I just wanted to add here, matriarch. I'm sitting here, and when I hear you and the Empress talk, all I sense is just holy breath. And not to take away, I wonder if many others on this conference can really sense that. I mean, seriously, not just another gathering of together. Speaking of the pineal gland, I mean, that speaks volumes. I had a dream that the only way that we can all derive on that same energy and frequency, and it's through our diet, not just the diet of, definitely it starts with the diet of food, what you eat each day, and also what you intake each day, such as, like you said, the television. We should do more reading, more study, more prayer. So when we come on this conference call, oh my goodness, it would be, I can't even put it into words. We should be fired up together, ready to speak on one accord, not just coming together as another meeting. I'm gonna tell you now, I have a personal, or let me just say, I'm a witness. The Empress is on fire. She is no joke. Let me be the one to tell you, she is no joke, but she needs our help. Please understand, it's okay to get on this conference to talk and share this and share that, but it's fighting time. You got to get into the area to where you're able to sense in your spirit enough to go to war. Go into your prayer closet. Reach out to the Empress. Check to make sure she's okay. It's because, let me tell you something. I'm here, and I mean this, and I say this with everything within me. I'll be there at the snap of a finger if she should need me. I want all of us to come on one accord. It's because it's more than just coming together each Sunday. It's more than this, Morris. Come on now. This is it. This is our time. And I'm not just speaking to just make myself sound good. I feel what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. I'm experiencing what I'm saying. The Empress needs us. Ashe.
Ashe wa mo.
Ashe, wow.
Ashe.
I agree with everything you just said, brother. A lot of boys are still looking for their resources. Like, we don't have what we need right here. those systems. When it's time to create our own, build our own to go against those systems. It's like people going to invest in Bitcoin and Ethereum and all these other cryptos, so we can make our own cryptos and do our own thing, like what the Empress has already done. So it's just time to, think on a higher plane for every aspect of what we see in their society. I yield.
Islam, I was just thinking when you said that more that Empress has said that there's plenty gold here that they have not located. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, when the pale faces leave this land, he would let us know where the gold is. This is our heritage. It's time for us. It's time. It's our time. That's what I keep wanting to say, because there are so many people who you can give this message to, and you have to keep it moving. All you can do is deliver the message and keep it moving, whether they believe or whether they want to hear it or not. All you can do is deliver the message. If they want it, they will seek and find it. I mean, Imperial lectures, I have gone on there, and I've seen some things I didn't agree with from other people, like trying to taunt. And these same people that are trying to taunt, they are dirty Moors. And I'm like, why would they even do that when they don't know what they're talking about? They need to open up a book. If you don't know meaning of a word, then that means it's on you. You're the imbecile. How could you get up here and speak on something? That's crazy. I yield on that note, Moors.
Ashe. Ashe.
Islam, Moor, just saw your name. Thunderclouds. I was just speaking of the thunder not more than a couple of minutes ago. Bringing the thunder. Islam Chief?
Speaking of weather, y'all know they manipulate the weather. They made it so cold over here the last couple of days. I guess that pot was getting too hot on them, by fire, by force. I mean, it was freezing.
Yes.
Said, what in the world?
Yeah, it's been windy over here. Super windy.
We had a lot of wind for the past 2 weeks. We've had a lot of wind.
Mm-hmm. Some of it, though, when it's warm wind, that's the ancestors. When you call on them the way we've been calling on them, stomping on the ground, calling them by the millions, keep invocating, crying out to them, then they come in large numbers. And it's a warm, windy thrust that comes through.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
this one has been cold. But it rained the other day, and and I was on the bus and I was almost to my destination. I didn't have an umbrella, and I put my hands up and I started to pray, and I asked the ancestors to cease this. It was just a downpour, and I asked the ancestors to cease this rain by the time I get off this bus to the time that I get to my destination. And the rain stopped immediately.
Of
Praise
course it did.
and
Of course it did. Because you know how to move in God power. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. Ashe.
Ashe, 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 wa.
Yes, it's a beautiful thing when you take back your power and you know your power. That's the whole thing. That our you know, Asiatic family as a whole needs to um, get comfortable with being in power and knowing how to utilize their power.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
That's what the imposters wanted to take away from us. The power, the ancestral powers that we have always had. They wanted us to come into their organizations where they didn't have these things. They had the Father, the Ghost, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and just left the Mother out. And I thought that
Completely.
was horrible.
Yeah, when you think about it, it's these people are sick. They are imbalanced, masochists, Satanists. Everything they do is so far from the Bible is ridiculous. All the way down to um, those that started and perpetuated the nonsense, which is the Jesuit priesthood, who were cursed and confined to the monasteries. They was given certain powers. The ones with the black eyes, the black-eyed priests from the monasteries is the ones who've been given these orders. And they were confined and cursed not to be able to have uh sexual relations with a woman, things like that, so they could not reproduce. And because of that, they didn't like women. They couldn't, so this whole setup is an illusion. Like they say, um, they go into monasteries and being nuns to be pure and all of this stuff. These things didn't start out like that. And we didn't have none of that until they came out the cave. They were put in the monasteries. Monastery. Um, hopefully I'm saying that correctly. But these people, it's a lot to be said about the whole story and reason that they have been perpetuating all of the wickedness, the pedophilia, the homosexuality, the downplay of women, the hatred for women. Whenever a large group of people, individuals, pale faces, cave dwellers, whoever they may be, whenever they are perpetuating something, is because of the leadership. That's with anything. If the leadership is corrupt, everything underneath them is going to be corrupt. That's what we're dealing with right now. That's what we're coming out of right now. All of the corrupt ways of the wicked Jesuit priesthood. And because of their ways and because of their corruptness, all of those who follow their orders are corrupt too, in the wickedest way. You all really don't. Most of y'all really don't understand what we have been dealing with. I have come face to face with this wickedness, and it is, it'll drive you crazy if you're not a sane, stable, strong-minded person, because they are effed up. These people need to die. Like Orlando Brown was saying in his video. I'm gonna share little clips of it. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but this is exactly the scenario that these people perpetuate over others. Mute your phones. Mute your mic. They perpetuate so much wickedness, and I already know this because I can see. I'm not in denial about anything that I can see. And that's one of my pet peeves. I cannot stand when something is right in somebody's face and they still don't want to see it. They still don't want to acknowledge it. But then again, that's my job to see and know. So anyway, this is the gist of the problems we've been having. And this is what we're coming out of in this time of revelation. We've been in the time of revelation. We just waking up to it. I know for myself, I'm at least I am 10 years behind on this journey. All these things I'm doing right now, I should have done already 10 years ago. Everything I'm doing right now should have been done in the year 2012. But because of the powers of sorcery and gang stalking from individuals who were in my family line, they blocked me from it. And this is why I'm explaining to y'all how powerful this is. The sorcery game is that life. Okay? These people been controlling everything, and they can manipulate, especially when they doing it in large numbers. For anybody who don't believe it, I know it. I've lived it, I've experienced it, and I'm still experiencing it right now. The veil, like Matriarch said, the veil has been lifted. And I am 10 years behind because of sorcery attacks. Attacks from my own family line, who I've come to know is the Maxima family, London, England, Farnese family, Italy. My own family members in my family line were doing sorcery on me, blocking my this stuff is some powerful stuff. This knowledge of divination, sorcery, and just the power of having the knowledge of the spirit realm, that's where the power is. And these people, like I said before, they study your chart. So they know your attributes. They know where you're going. They know exactly who you are. And for me, they already knew I was in their family line, and they knew who I was before I did. So they were fighting me tooth and nail. And that's where all the attacks was coming from. And I was in the blind. I was in the wilderness then. I had no clue about any of this stuff until they had to wake me up. I had, this is all in my chart also, that I, will defeat the man in the north, all of that stuff. But it altered my timeline of my destiny. It didn't alter my destiny totally, but it altered the timeline in which certain things were supposed to be done. Like I feel so bad because knowing what I know now, and I had the power to do certain things, I could have saved so many if I would have woke up out of this sooner. They had me all messed up. You know, these people, through the power of sorcery, they took my spiritual clarity away, mental clarity away. Um, like I said, in my chart, I'm born with gifts that that I should have been into my full bloom and power by the age of 33. That's just the way it is in the spirit realm. That's the Christ year. And after that, at 33, you coming into that optimum spiritual clarity and mental clarity, and you going into your Christ-like acts. Just look at a lot of the artists who I know are in the Imperial Royal family. Nipsey Hussle is one of them. Cat Williams is one of them. These individuals have the same archetype as me. Attacked by the police all the time just for no reason. You are uplifting humanity, taking people with you. You are a leader. You are, taking care of the flock, your people, making sure everybody is good. This is the archetype of the Imperial First Family. And like I said, the Jesuit priesthood, they already know this. They took our history and our knowledge of who we are, and they already know the family lines. That's why some of us are attacked and we don't even know why. These people got all of that information. They done kept notes. They know who we are. And especially when you come out, if they don't know who you are, if you remain hidden to them and you come out like I did after the age of 33, going into 34, and you come out with a big bang, they got their eyes on you. Now they studying your chart. Now they studying everything about you. Oh my goodness. And they getting your blood to see who you are and where you came from. Once they know that, you become a target. Now, only those of us that been through this can really relate and understand what I'm saying. A lot of people, even in my own family, friends, they don't understand this type of stuff. And at first I didn't either. But now I'm coming into my full spiritual clarity and I know how to unblock what they have done as far as trying to block my spiritual clarity. And they can do that. They can do this, especially when it's a large number of them. I recently discovered, this may be hard to believe, but I'm just going to say it anyway because this is for the record. This is for the lineages, and I don't have time to write journal a lot. So I need to record this as it's happening. So I recently found out, and I knew it was a lot of them already, but I didn't know they was operating this just like a business, just like a factory. Hundreds of them coming into these mosques and churches and synagogues, 300 and 400 and 500 at a time, sitting down with their pictures and their candles doing this. This is how serious it is, family. This is what they've been doing to us as a people in large numbers to suppress us. Now they all ganging up on me and my family because of what we're doing, what we're getting ready to do, and they still trying to block me from my inheritance that's already in my name in high places. I should have been in a high place 10 years ago. But because of this heavy spiritual attacks and spiritual assassins coming after me daily, I wasn't able to come into, my full power in the timeline that I was supposed to. Some people, this is all new to me too. In the last 6 years, it's new to me. I had to overcome so many barriers and so many obstacles to get to this point, to be able to protect myself spiritually and to be able to ward these people off. They will try anything. I paid for a house that I'm in and they still trying to come and put me out of it. If I didn't have spiritual power the other day, they would have made a move on me. But these are rogues. And this is another thing I want to tell y'all. The Jesuit priesthood and this Masonic order, they do whatever they want to do. They've been doing whatever they want to do on this land. And nobody has stopped them. Nobody has challenged them because they have the power of the numbers and they're doing sorcery, witchcraft, black magic, and they're praying to our deities to do it and have power over us. So it don't matter if they work in the government or out the government. If they give an order from the higher up, they have to do it. So I got rogues out here dressed in sheriff uniform. These people got the means to do this. That's why the wealth of the wicked shall come to us now. The first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. But because I am at a point where I'm basically at the hierarchy looking down and calling the shots and giving orders, I knew they was rogue immediately when I saw them. So I did what I had to do, got them away from here. These idiots putting up a sign, a green sign that I already gave a royal decree to the sheriff for him to use to do S cheats. They used it on me. They used my same shit on me. This how crazy they are. I was like, these people will try anything. They actually thought they was gonna put me out of my house that I paid for, talking about this been going on for several months, right? So I already settled the situation with the I have a manufactured home that I purchased cash. And by it being a mobile home, I titled it and received the benefits of exemption, just like I did my vehicle, my motor conveyance, which was exempt from taxes. They already know this. But these people, they will try anything. Kept sending me fake notices, but they got that art of illusion and deception so down packed that they know how to move in that. They will cloak themselves as something official so that they can try to scare a person into submission. And they had all their sorcerers out here around my house trying to make me open my door. But because I'm so, spiritually strong now, they couldn't overwhelm me with fear. And that's what their main component is, to break you down, to make you fearful, break your body down, try to break your mind down so they can overtake you. These are freaking cowards. This is the worst kind. That gang stalk people, FBI, CIA, NSA, all of these tactics J. Edgar Hoover instituted from the Jesuit priesthood. Following people, the spooks, and the spook by the door. Read that book. All of these tactics, they do. They were sneaking in and out of my house so much at one time. My carpet was dirty. from just, I'm coming home like, who been in my house? I got so many stories that, the average person, they can't even fathom what these people will do. Anyway, getting back to the time we're in, and the Anunnaki is constantly reassuring me that all is well, that they're here and they hear my call, they hear our calls. Y'all have to know, you have to get back reconnected with our power base. See, they don't have that power base. They don't have a soul. Literally, they don't have a soul. They operate off of our energy. That's why they commit so much identity theft and fraud, because they have nothing. They don't have a base for anything, because we are the creators. Do you notice how some people, they can clone and duplicate something very well, but they can't create nothing? They have to have something first to base it off of. Okay, that's not a pure creator. I'm one of those who is a pure creator, creates something out of nothing all the time. Many of us are like that. So when they see a person like that, they always trying to watch you and see what you get ready to do so they can steal it. I remember when I wrote my book, I saw it being lifted off of my computer in the digital form. And I at that time, I didn't know how to stop it. I didn't know, what to do. It's just craziness. It's just absolute craziness that has been going on. And nobody has stopped it. Nobody has been able to stop it because they took our knowledge of, spiritual powers and who to pray to, our shamanism, our rituals, our practices, and they use them against us for wicked. Just like all of these prayer warriors they have that I'm speaking of. Okay, the ancestors use those, like you have intercessors in church. You don't see them, but they somewhere praying. A lot of them are praying for the well-being of the pastor and the church and everybody. Okay, so that's what they have done to the tune of 144,000. 144,000 at one time. But we've been chalking them down. Hold on, somebody's on. Let me clear my line. Okay, y'all can have free dialogue right quick. I'm gonna step away for a second. I yield.
Islam. Islam was. I was just reading not more than 2-3 hours ago that private property is non-taxable, especially if it's a mobile home or a car. Car is a carriage, and these things are part of your household property. They are not to be taxed. But this paleface, they want to tax everybody, and if you don't know about their taxes, and as a matter of fact, I had wrote a paper not too long ago, and I was just getting ready to go over it today, and it was stating that the taxes is a fraud because they had to have 3/4 of the states to come in and sign, and only 2 states did sign. So that made the whole process null and void, but they passed it through anyway. They did the same thing with the 14th, 15th Amendments. They're totally null and void, but they got people living under these lies. Lies. So because people don't read, they don't know their rights and they choose to live with privileges. A driver's license is a privilege. We have God-given rights that cannot be taken away. And we're not going to give them jurisdiction over our rights ever, because we have status. We are the first. Empress Nenti just mentioned the first shall be last and the last shall be first. Well, you can't change time. You cannot change time. You cannot change time. I wonder if she's gonna go further into these people who, like Orlando Brown was speaking about these pedophilia practitioners. Some time ago, I heard a brother say that he was he's a up and coming rapper, and he was invited on a ship with now this is a yacht, 60 foot or more, with this character P. Diddy, and he was getting all high and drunk and stuff like that. And they took advantage of this man and turned him into a homosexual on the spot. But this is a man. He said, I'm a man. I'm not their play toy. The same thing with Michael Jackson. They take these children and they do things to them, and then they get other children to do things to these children. And it just goes on and on and on, no matter who it is. They film these things so it will be blackmail. So if you say anything, we will use this to blackmail you, and you won't be able to get no $1 million contracts or $10 million contracts, whatever it is. The money is what they are fighting for to keep, or not, because everybody doesn't want to go for their games, be in their clubs, be a new member, because they can fall just as easily as the old members can, because it's a blanket. It goes for all of them. If it's 30,000 of them, so be it. So it is, so it is, so it is. They all go at once. You know, I often wonder about these museums. What do they do at night? And Empress Ninti just brought it to my forefront. They have members come and do these rituals, take a picture and do these attacks, spiritual attacks against you, me, whomever. So we have to pray, and our prayer is one of us in alignment can push back 1 million who are not. These people coming up against us are thousands, and we can push back 1 million at a time. So we need to keep our prayers, our spirituality up. Islam, I'll yield with that.
Islam.
Islam.
We shouldn't have open air moors. We should talk about something.
Yes.
Islam.
Islam, there you are.
Anybody see that Love Country, or the I just named it and I just forgot. Lovecraft Country on
No.
HBO. On HBO, it's a series. They're only going to put one series out because it's telling too much truth. And they put it in 10 episodes. The second episode they charge like $3.50 or something like that. But the second episode they're charging that because it's got a lot of Masonic stuff in it. But that series it tells a lot of the truth and stuff of what's going on. We're like right in the mix, you know, of this stuff that we're doing, you know, with the sorcery and everything. It'd be really good to watch so you can open up your pineal gland. You know, it'll open up wide when you see that. Anyway, I yield.
Thank you for that. Lovecraft Country
Ashe, well, definitely check.
series.
Yes.
Yeah, when you see it, you'll know why they're not going to do any more series. You'll know why. You'll the whole thing. Each episode, they go deeper and deeper and deeper, and you know, you just gotta watch it. I can't tell you nothing. You have to see it for yourself.
You know, I just love spoilers. Please,
No.
I may not be able to see it. Lovecraft Country. Uh, did anybody sign up for sign into the chat what they wanted to see, what Empress Nitty wanted to talk about tonight?
She said she'd be back. I don't know what she. Oh. Yeah, talking about the video that she wants us to see.
No, she mentioned the Anunnaki, she mentioned Will Smith, and she mentioned Orlando Brown. That was the video. She put it in the Telegram.
Yeah, I think that's on Instagram, I think.
No, it's longer than Instagram's. Instagram is short, isn't it?
That brother was so deep. He sounds, if you didn't know any better, he sounds like he's off. But he ain't off. He's just deep. He's telling a lot of truth.
He said he's meant to sound like that.
Yeah. and some of the couple of things he said, I'm still like, I don't know.
You're still processing?
Yeah, because he called a couple of people. He said that they're not who they're portraying to be. In other words, he called them women. He said there's some men portraying, walk around and supposed to be women. He called them auntie. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Let me go back and look at some pictures. Let me go back and, I'm like, hold up. I mean, what is? I wonder what he means by if he's actually means what he's saying, or is there a deeper meaning?
He said when they raised him, so he saw them, all their moves. When a little while ago, I spoke on up and coming rapper. He got on a yacht with this Sean Combs and P. Diddy, and he was all happy and gracious to be out there, and they got him high and drinking, and then they started with their sexual stuff. And if he wanted to be a prominent rapper, he's going to have to let them do homosexual acts on him, and they were going to record it. And if he didn't, then who's going to believe what he has to say?
That was one of the reasons why Dave Chappelle left at that time when he left. and they tried to, and they offered him all that money, and more and more came with it. It wasn't just the money; a whole lot came with it, and so he gave the money back and said, "Nope." He didn't want no parts. That's Dave Chappelle. That's what he did. He's the only one that actually did that.
Getting in a dress.
And survived, because everybody else that said no died.
Oh,
Prince, Michael Jackson. There's quite a few that they went after, and they took them out. So this stuff is deep. It's real, not a joke. How you?
it's Islam. Well, did you hear what I was saying about the mobile and home and cars are exempt from taxes? And Bisnetti said they were coming over against her, talking about mobile home and car taxes.
Yeah, my truck and my motorcycles, I don't have to pay no taxes. I don't have to have no tags. I don't have to have none of that stuff. I finally won, but I had to realize that I won. I didn't realize that I won until I actually went over the paperwork and read it over again. So they tell me, every year they're gonna send me a tag in the mail, so that way if I ever get pulled over, I just show the tag to the patrolman, and they let me, they'll let me go, whatever. But I don't have to have no plates. I don't have to have no California plates. I don't have to have tags. I don't have none of that stuff.
The law states you don't need it.
Yeah. So
You're not in their system, under their jurisdiction, and that's what they want. That's how they make their money, is fear. Got people living in fear. I try to tell people about these things until they their system is stronger than my system. My system is the law. Their system is a fiction. So they choose to be in the fiction because I have to have insurance and registration, and then a plate and license. And I'm like, golly, and all that stuff is coming under the Pope. Do you realize you are not required to have a test?
all fraud.
Oh my goodness. So I'm glad to hear that you made it through your tests and you won. They did not win.
Anybody here from Chief Thunderstorm?
I thought you were him. I thought I saw his name. He was going to have a report.
Yeah. Because I think he went to court too. I think he went to court yesterday.
Friday?
Or Friday. Yeah, Friday. I think it went Friday. See if I can reach him.
Yes, do that, please. Victorious Vicky, we haven't heard anything from you much. Are you busy? Do you have your baby with you? No beliefs, Vicky?
I'm here.
Yes.
Hi. I'm here. My daughter, I'm always giving, I always got minors and young adults around, so I always got minors and young adults around. What do I want to talk about?
Talk about what you talked about last time. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Oh, that's the, oh yeah. What type of, okay, so that would be, last thing I talked about was shadow work. Okay, I got something new. Okay, so like in the past, under the age of Pisces, everybody was kind of trying to run to a guru, a master teacher, being an apprentice of some kind, right? We don't have to do that anymore. We don't have to do that anymore. As you learn your personal numerology, like your soul urge number, your life purpose, your destiny number, what deity to work with. There's a book called Deity Linkage Manual by S. Ali Myers. It's based on a classic numerology system where he walks you through the book and shows you how to turn your name that's on your birth certificate that your parents named you, if it's correct, and help you do the simple math to get your life purpose number, your soul urge, your personality number, all those things, and that's called your numerology science, right? And then the next thing you would need to get is your natal astrology chart. And then you can go on any astrology app and or go into Google search and type in free natal chart report or reading. And you get a little box and you put your name. Well, you don't have to put your first name, your date of birth. And if you have the birth certificate, you put the time that's on the birth certificate. But you can also get that time rectified because the soul enters the body at a certain time during childbirth. So just because your birth certificate says I was born at 11:17 p.m., actually, my soul came into my body at 9:46 p.m. So that's called rectification of your natal chart. So right now, I'm trying to get donations to invest in the class that teaches me how to rectify natal charts, but I need I need the money to do so, and I don't have the resources at this time. So I am now taking donations so that I can go to the class and learn how to help people get the correct birth time or their natal chart, and then once they get their birth natal chart how is it called? Their birth time rectified, then they can print another natal chart according to that time, and that will be basically more accurate natal chart for you because, like I said, it could be off. Sometimes some people are not always born in hospitals or birthing centers. Some people were born at home. Some people don't have birth certificates. Some people are abandoned or adopted and given away, or they don't know what their birth time is. So that is a way to help people master their personal science. After that, my next plan is to I've already been studying my natal chart now off and on for a few years. I mean, since 2014, 15, I've been studying my own natal chart. I've got my natal chart rectified. I no longer use the time that's on my birth certificate because I know it's not accurate. So now I'm moving on to now mastering divination system. Ruins.
That's where the answers are.
Elemental. Right.
Divination.
Divination systems like pendulums, dowsing
Mhm.
rods. I'm already certified in pendulums. I'm already certified in dowsing rods. I am an indigenous shaman.
Ashe.
I am an indigenous energy worker. Accepted my calling, or I've already stepped into that part of my mission or my purpose. Now
See,
I
that's
want
why the ancestors told me to find you, bring you back.
because I was about to get lost. I was really actually at that point in my life. I was really lost. And matter of fact, you had mentioned it earlier today that they were blocking my spiritual inheritance. I didn't even know what that was until I met Miss Miss the Empress, Your Highness. Like
Did
I
you
said,
say, you talk about me?
I was, but my
You forgot?
tongue
You
got
forgot who I
my tongue
am?
literally was stuck. So so
They
obviously
messing, they messing with us.
they're trying
They
to stop me
definitely
from
messing with
talking
us.
already.
Yeah.
So I removed that. Return to sender. So just like how my tongue just started like acting like it didn't want to work right, I ain't never had no problem saying Empress Minty. Okay? But from the time I have met her and been saying the ancestral protection prayer ritual, my life has changed dramatically. I've actually been promoted in the spirit realm, and I'm on fire again. Every time I talk, okay, hold on, I have to turn the air on. So,
Yeah, they've been attacking me all day. And
right. So
since I
every
did
time
since I did the call with
right. So
that
now my
prayer we
tongue is
just
acting
did.
all weird, and I'm burning up again. So back to what I was saying. So I didn't understand indigenous, Asiatic, uh, Aboriginal. I learned these words through the Empress, Nancy. I didn't know these words. She activated me literally. I didn't know. I did not understand or comprehend the things that I was experiencing. But when I started listening to her tell her story, the ages, the experiences and stuff, the blockages, the oppression, the attack of the children, I'm being blocked. I was literally blocked at every government
Cancel
institution.
that. You're not being blocked.
Not anymore. I was being blocked. But not anymore. The by fire, by force is real. Uh, do not take this work lightly. Like I get every time I'm trying to study, like today I did I took a piece of paper and I cut out all the planets, all the zodiac signs, all the ruins, and I think I'm going to and I cut them into like little pieces of paper. So I've been turning them into a little divination system. So yesterday I pulled Saturn and a particular I pulled Saturn and Fahu. So now I know. I all in a little bag and shuffled it up, and I pulled out whatever touched my hand. And so now I'm going to start create a astrology wheel, you know, like the where the houses are and all that, and just put the numbers on them. And whatever I want help or protection or healing with, I'm going to start using the glyphs and putting them in the particular house that that runs or rules that particular sign. And then I'm gonna do some candle magic for whatever it is that I need to bring to me or move away from me. So
That's powerful. That's ancient
right.
right there. That's the Akashic
So,
coming through you.
right. See, now I didn't know this before, right? So this is what has happened. This is my report. You can use the information from your natal chart. And if you know that you're going to have a square or trine or opposition or something that is not, or favoring your natal chart, you can make a board and put the particular signs, sigils, and talismans you need in that particular house that's affecting your sign, sun sign, and boom, there you go. And it's gonna be minimal time. It's gonna be and the first time I saw this from another fellow Empress on YouTube, but I was just amazed at how is she, I didn't know that you can use your I didn't know that you can shift your natal chart. I didn't know that the natal chart itself is a pure
kind of rough, man. You don't want to take advice from people, especially if they ain't never been in the military.
Furnace Earl, put your phone on mute.
So I got a couple of things to talk to you about astrology. So if you are the center of the astrology chart, right? You the HIC. You are the chancellor, right? You are the main person. You hired those professors, which are the planets. You hired the signs or the curriculum, Stop. Stop. And move. And like I said, every time I'm on this call,
Vicky, we're gonna go ahead and get into the rest of the lecture. And let me just share these slides real quick, and then we'll jump back into hold that thought, okay? Because we want to hear
no
from you.
problem.
Okay, so I'm going to share this slide, this screen, and expound on something really quick. I'm not going to stay on this too long. And then I'm going to get into the Anunnaki. Okay, so this right here. Can you all see?
Yes.
Okay.
Going on out here. And the ones that actually
Okay, you see this lines he have in his, can you see the video playing?
stand up for righteousness, the one
Yes.
Can y'all, okay, you can see and hear it. Okay. This right here, I know what he's saying is true. I know what he's saying is real, because this is like almost, I'm seeing my son right now. To the cutting of the eyebrows, they manipulated my son to cut his eyebrows. Okay. And after they start growing back, these wicked federal agents, and one yesterday was federal agents. A few days before that, it was ambulance that rolled up on him. This is how crazy they are. Put my son in an ambulance, but they fogged his mind up to where he is, not cognizant, and they trying to wipe his memory so he can't remember nothing. But I saw it and I divinated about it, because when he came home, his eyebrows had grew back because I took the razor from him. His eyebrows had grew back. He came home with fresh cuts in his eyebrows. He didn't have no money that day. When he left. He came back with these slits right here that this boy got in his eyebrows. And the ancestors showed me through divination and through just clairvoyance. I saw it before I'll get these flashes. So every time the police came and harassed him or anything happened, I get a flash about it. It'll flash. I see the police car, and then I ask the ancestors, "What's going on? Is somebody doing something to my son?" So I'll see it already. This is how fast and how clear it is for me now that I've unblocked the spiritual blockages that these people put over me, which I should have been had clarity on a lot of things, but now that I know, I'm doing better. So anyway, I knew that the ambulance had rolled up on him. When my son came home, he had a lineup and he had slits in his eyebrows, just like this.
That actually stand up for what's going on out here. Like like, I'm gonna just go ahead and say, like P Diddy is my auntie Londa. P B Hassan and all that. Yeah. How Diddy's trying to kill me. Diddy and Jay-Z.
Now, you hear what he said? Y'all hear what he said, right? Why is P Diddy and Jay-Z trying to kill him? Now, see, they doing this. All of them is a part of, and I had to deal with this recently. Remember I told y'all last week that it's crazy that I'm dealing with the industry, the music industry and the movie industry and all of that. Okay, they high up in these orders. They are the gatekeepers. Will Smith, Jay-Z, and Puff Daddy. I learned this by dealing with the situation I'm dealing with personally with these attacks. Like I said, they've been showing me people. I had to deal with Oprah. I had to deal with Danny Glover. I had to deal with Tyler Perry. I had to deal with all of these ones at the top. So up under them, once you move them out the way, they have an order. Who's up under them? Him, Puff Daddy, Jay-Z, Beyonce. Well, Beyonce, she's not, I ain't gonna say she came up, but she has taken the deal to sacrifice her children. That's what the ancestors told me. Now you can check with any spirit worker and do your own divination with a pendulum to find out what I'm saying is true. So anyway, so I dealt with them. Then the ancestors say, I hear another plane. These people flying planes, they've been dropping off assassins and all of this stuff. So if I wasn't spiritually protected, I would not have survived any of this. The kind of family members that I come from a sorcery ruling power family. All of these things came known to me recently. So in order for me to survive, what the ancestors told me is that nothing is happening in my life. And this is true for all of us. If you walking on your true and rightful path to your fated destiny, nothing that's happening to you is happening without the permission or allowance of your spirit guides and your ancestors. even though stuff happens to us that we don't like, that's uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, they're not going to allow anything to happen that's not in your chart. That it can't happen. Okay. So this is what they told me. They allowed all of these things to happen to me because I can only be as powerful as my most powerful enemy that was coming for me. And it was my own family. So in their order, they're not in the order. See, these people high up that's ruling from the background, black nobility, they are not in these orders. But somehow they got up under the Jesuit priesthood. I guess this was the deal or something. But I know that the Jesuit priesthood had my auntie, great auntie, under mind control. When I put her name in the Gematriator, hopefully I'm saying that right. When I put her name in there, it said a lot of different things, and it said mind control, and it said like the ancestors that's in my family line, it says witchcraft family. So all of these things, these people stole from us, our craft, and they started using it against us to overtake the empire. So that's how they overtook my ancestors who was ruling here in America and who had built the Pentagon and all of that. So I'm a namesake to America, Amuricka. That's the mother matriarch side that Emperor Moses Maximus married. So the lands of the Americas belong, are governed by that family and that family name. And Emperor Moses Maximus came from Italy, the Pentagon, that family line. It originally came out of ancient Kemet and spread throughout the world. But the Maximus, Tahuti, they all come from the Maximus, Farnese, Percy, all come from the Tahuti family line. So the Persian side of me, all of this came from my mother's side. So this is the side that, the divination readings, the initiation into Ifa and my African priests, Babalawos, informed me that I should have been in a high place a long time ago. What's going on with you and your mother? Blah, blah, blah. And they had told me this on more than one occasion. But, 3-4 years ago, I didn't have a clue about what they was talking about. So now fast forward. These Jesuit priesthoods, ain't no way. See, this is why I had to come along during this time that we're in right now. Because it ain't no way that I'm going to let a black-eyed priest rule over me. Let me just listen to what he says real quick.
My aunties, see this transgender shit, excuse my language, is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Yeah. So when you got truth like that,
see, this is also something. These eyebrows. See, I'm looking at the characteristics and I'm looking at everything he's saying and doing. I've heard my son do that recently too. Yeah. And cut his eyebrows like this. This is how I know it's all coming from the same source. And I know they were working witchcraft farms. So you got a room full of people. They doing it in Hollywood studios too. Walt Disney. All of these different places, they were doing it. Various artists and high up people in the music industry, they doing it at their studios. So they teaching all these young ones that's coming up how to do this because they had to get prepared for us. They recently started bringing in the youth, the young. Remember, I've been telling y'all the last couple of years in the tribe how young they getting. the ones that be following me, they just put them into this position because they knew they had to. Before, they wasn't giving this knowledge to the Asiatics. They was keeping all this knowledge from them, but they knew they had to use them to try to get to us because they're not of our family line. They're not of our DNA. So they couldn't control me. They couldn't stop me. So they got all of these Asiatics involved. Let me share my other screen. They got all of these music industry, but some of them been involved because I can remember about, let me see, 14, 15 years ago, I had a strong network in Atlanta. And the next thing I know, everybody just came up dead. And I'm thinking to myself, what in the world is going on? So these people in Atlanta at these studios were being paid, or they are in these Jesuit orders, and they have to follow orders and take these people out. So I know for a fact, some faces flashed in front of me that that they showed me who it was that took them out, and they're in the industry. As I'm going on this journey and getting these downloads, they're showing me. See this picture? I'm trying to
See a lot of pictures.
okay, you see all the small pictures, so I'm trying to okay. Let me see if this one's on share. Can you see one picture right now? No. Hmm. Okay. What about now?
Yeah, yes, and that looked like something I saw in Gaia.
This right here is what this right here is what this Jesuit priest, was three of them, who was running the world from these monasteries.
Wow.
This is what they look like. These are the ones,
No soul.
no soul whatsoever. These are the ones that are 3/5, and they were placed into these monasteries. Let me make sure I'm saying that right.
Monasteries.
Monastery.
Monasteries.
And
Monastery.
monastery. Monastery.
See, that's why I get confused. Yep.
Monastery.
Monastery.
Yeah. Monastery is a church or temple.
Yep. Okay. Monastery.
The hiding place.
So these yep, it's a community of persons, especially monks. Okay, yeah, they be dressed like monks. And this is the flash that I got. So when I saw this, I knew that somebody knows about them and somebody, you know, posted this, added this to their documentary. This is um the one that was made from the Anunnaki, that is 3/5. They was created by 3/5 of the Anunnaki blood. Sorry, y'all. Created 3/5 from the Anunnaki's blood mixed with a rhesus monkey. Now let me share the picture of the rhesus monkey.
Is that RH negative?
Just RH. They might be negative. I'm not sure. I know it's RH blood, period. Period. RH blood, positive or negative, whatever. It's animal blood type. Can you see it? Can you all see the rhesus monkey with the red hair?
Yes.
Okay.
Orange hair.
Reddish orangish hair. This is where Donald Trump gets his hair from. This is where the Scots get their hair from. Okay. That orangey reddish hair. This came from a rhesus monkey. And these people been controlling over us. This is why I had to come along during this time. Because I know if I would have came along before this time, they it wasn't the right time. Because I ain't laying down for nobody. That's just me. That's just my character. I already know within me who I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm not bowing down. And now that I know what I know, ain't no way I'm letting them rule over me. Ain't no way. It ain't no way. So, but you have the family members that's ruling in the background, the black nobility. Evidently, they made a pact, they made an agreement years ago when they overtook the empire for these individuals to have certain powers on the land because they was the army. All of these ones that came out of the mountains, they created their armies off of them. The Knights Templar, Knights of Malta, Knights of Columbus. Knights of Columbus are of the royal family, one of the 13 royal families. Today they are corrupt. This is who I'm fighting every day. Not all of them, but the vast majority of them, the Collins family, Colonna family, who you hear them talk about, who came from Italy. They came from Italy, the Colonna family with the empire. And their job and their duties were to secure the empire and protect the empire and the empress and the emperor of the empire. Now, fast forward today that I'm coming back into power and made my claims, and they know who I am, and they still fight me. They still try to come against me. They still try to take my life. They still come after me and my son every day now. So, this is not easy. But I know that I've been yet I know I've been equipped with the proper tools and the family line that I come from. They will not defeat me. I don't care how many thousands it is. This is a destiny that's going to be fulfilled. No matter how many of them come and try to fight me. No matter how clicked up they are, gang stalkers, cowards that follow my son, that follow me, that follow the imperial family and send they fake rogue police. See, you got to stand up to these people. You can't have no fear. I don't have no fear. Never. I wasn't born with it. The only way you can defeat, and that's their saving grace, is for somebody to have fear. If you let fear creep in one iota, you finished. You are finished, especially in a cesspool of wickedness. Okay, let me share this. So that's a quick background about that. Now, we just had an occurrence, and it was real. A mermaid washed, they said a mermaid. This is the Nomos. This is the imperial bloodline. Those was the first ones to the planet. We all came from the water. Some of us came out the water. Some of us stayed in the water. This is the first family that came from the planet Serpentanius, who lived on Venus for a while. Venus was too hot and too dry and too red. The only way you're going to transform, and these are the downloads I'm getting from the Anunnaki, who hoover over my house every other day now. Now in the last 3 days, it's been every day. I said, wow, I'm elevating that fast. Because every day, they give me some new downloads. I've been going in so hard and so heavy, verbally, and in my prayer rituals, that I can invoke by calling it out or just by thinking it, because that's how close I am to the spirit realm. When you deal with the ancestors, the spirit realm, and your certain deities every day, all day, they're always there with you. And I had to, because these attacks is coming so vigorously and just, quickly, that, you have to be on your feet, on your toes at all times. You got to be on the ready for anything that can happen. So I'm getting strong in invocating verbally, whereas a lot of times we do our rituals, we write them down, we put them in the fire. Well, I don't have time to do that. Things are moving so fast. So anyway, the ancestors said, yes, that is a real, and you saw her, I don't know if y'all, but you saw her fins moving. It almost looked like something out of a movie, but this is real. This is a real live Nomos. They want to say a mermaid. That is a real live Nomos, and you see how dark she was. That was a real one. All these fake ones that done washed up. See, this is why you got to know the truth, and you got to know the root of everything. So when you see a falsehood, you know immediately they playing a trick, because they always going to bring an illusion. I remember few years back, they brought a fake pale mermaid on shore, the same type of way. So they want to try to get ahead of any occurrences that may come visible to the people. And just like they got all of these documentary shows now that talk about the Anunnaki, and all of these ancient ones are light skinned, Pleiades and all this bull crap. They liars. They want to get in front of it because they know we in that age where we're gonna find out. So they're gonna try to control the narrative. Y'all gotta know when you seeing a lie. You gotta know, you gotta know the truth. That's why it's best for you to study self. Because when you see something, you're gonna immediately know it's bull. Like, no, that ain't true. But if you don't never study self, and you don't never look for answers yourself, you're gonna believe everything they put in front of you. And that's what they love. They love that. They love those that go along with everything they say and do. That's the spell. We all been under a spell. Even these people that come after me, just in these orders, they have been under a spell, because you can't get into those orders without taking a blood ritual, drinking blood. All these heavy hitters, priests that's on TV with these mega churches, they didn't drink the blood. You go into the hospital, these people taking all these valves of blood unauthorized, just keep taking your blood. And you don't know why. Because they going in there, they drinking that blood. Or they sending it to their Jesuit priest who needs that blood. The ancestors showed me during this past week that they actually, like I'm saying, they have hundreds of prayer warriors praying against us. And they're doing it in these blood banks. They're doing it in the hospitals, all the way, like a business at the top of the hospital. You don't never get to that top floor because somebody they doing rituals, they doing prayers to for whatever reason, for whatever their agenda is for that day or that week. They're praying about that. They got their intercessors working on our demise. That's why they don't want us in the hospitals. They want to keep our people in the hospitals, pray against them, make sure they die, putting people in body bags that ain't even dead, and do what they will with them. I know what goes on. This is why I was so adamant about, putting my energy up there when they had my son captive, kidnapped, trying to drug him. Took some of his blood in there. But see, this is why it's so important for you to be protected. And those that drank his blood, and they died. Because you can't do that to everybody. You can't not, just like Dick Gregory said, I was watching him one time. He said they can't kill everybody. That man was powerful. He came up in a time where they was after him hard and heavy. And I'm pretty sure if he didn't have spiritual protection, he would have been dead. Just like they took out Malcolm X and all those during his time. Because he talked more shit than anybody, Dick Gregory. He knew what they was doing. I heard him talk about it. You got to have your spiritual protection up. If you don't, they don't respect. See, in this power structure that we in, if you do not know how to invoke spiritual powers, these people you will never get no respect from them. You will never get no respect from them. If they don't feel you, if they don't feel them ancestors riding on their back, taking them apart, squeezing the life out of them, like I tell them to do, they ain't gonna respect you. And as many as I done took out, they still send they pawns. But this is the sick psychosis that has been on the planet from this black-eyed Jesuit priest who put out orders for all this type of stuff. And all these different downloads I'm getting are coming from my connection that I'm making with the Anunnaki, with the ancient ones, speaking into the cosmos, in the air, under the moon, the stars, and the sun, and getting connected. We have to do that to get our answers. We have to reconnect because we have a lineage and those coming behind us that need this strength. They need to know who they are. They need to know this. If you don't know who you are, you will never know where you have to go in life. That's just the bottom line. And that's why they took away our history. Well, they took away our legacy, our stories, her story, because they don't want you to make that connection. If you know you royalty, if you know you came from ruling powers, what you gonna do? You gonna do what your mother, father, and forefathers and foremothers did. They don't want you to know that. Remember, we have dealt with a master of deception, illusion, artist of illusion, master of deception. They do that so well. They've been doing it since they came out the cave. Identity theft is their thing. To take from others. This is a parasitic dichotomy that we've been in. This male phallic system. And this is you know, who has instituted it. So this right here is the Jesuit priesthood. This right here is some ancient photos. Well, I don't think they're ancient, but anyway. The way I'm looking at this one is probably not ancient. But this is the nomos. And they was etching this in the walls and stuff. Some of these are deities. They say these were giant fish. They would wear the heads of birds and fish and different things like that to invoke the powers of them. You know, lions' heads and different things like that they do in Africa. Same thing they did in Mesopotamia. And this is Persia. Mesopotamia, Persia. Hop, skip, and a jump. You know, what they call modern day Iraq. If you listen to any of these documentaries talking about this type of timeline, all they ever say is modern day Iraq. You know why? Because that's Persia. Mesopotamia. That's the heartbeat of civilization. Mute your phones. I'm gonna open up for comments in a few minutes. Okay, so you see the fish people, they worshiping these people just like the Anunnaki. These was the first to hit the planet, the nomos. They're still in the water. Dang, let me see, can I find a picture of the mermaid they just found, the nomos. I know it's on social media. Let me get it on my phone. Can somebody send it to me? In Telegram, send me the picture. They shared it on Instagram. Let me see real quick. Can I This was on somebody's phone who took it, so it's probably not in mainstream media, of course. So there's another one on here though. It says the Black Mermaid, South Africa's first black free. No, that's not it. Wow. Look what I just found. The Mami Wata and the mermaids in African mythology. These are the nomos. Okay. So all these okay, I'm gonna share this. So all these secret society groups, they pray to these type of deities and energies. So the daughters and the sons of the Nile, these is pale faces praying to the Nile River and all that is within. So they pulling on these energies of the water goddesses. This is the story of the Mama Wata, Mami Wata, and the mermaids in African mythology. If anybody can find that picture for me, it was on Instagram today and yesterday, I think, of the mermaid, of the black mermaid that came on shore in Africa. If you can send that to me.
Islam, I
tell
just
me.
Islam, I
You
just
found it?
picked up alleged mermaid brought to shore in Kenya 2 days ago, and I don't know how to send it.
Okay, save it to Telegram. Just save it in there, and I'll get it. You got it on your phone? Can you
Yes,
share it to the Telegram group?
I don't see that. It says snapshot.
Find a share button and see. You got a share button?
I'm searching now. Oh my goodness, and she is dark skinned.
Yeah, the ancestor said she got shocked. She got shocked and she came ashore, but she was still slightly, she's fighting for her life on shore and they just gawking around her. But you can see her fins and stuff still moving.
Is that it?
Okay, let me see. Yes, this is it. Okay. So, oh, rainwater just put it in there too. Okay, let me pull it up. All of y'all put up the same thing. Okay, let me find it here. On YouTube. Okay, mute. Getting some feedback. Thank you. So let me pull that up on YouTube right quick.
Mine was on Facebook.
Oh, okay. Well, we got it. I got it. I'm gonna pull it up here. So since we already on YouTube, I'm gonna pull it up.
I sent it to your Telegram, Empress.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can y'all see it?
What can you do a competitive at? In today's red hot housing market? Rocket can. Go to rocketmortgage.com.
Give me just a quick okay. If you can see, come to the phone. Tell me
I
if you
see
can
it.
see it. Okay. Can you hear it also? Hold on. Is the sound okay? Look at him gawking over her.
Yes, she needs some water.
See, she trying to survive. And they just gawking over her. This is a child. She was shocked. They don't know what to do with her. Look at these idiots. Yeah, put her back in the water. Give her some water. This is a nomos. This is the first life that hit the planet. They still here. Just like the Anunnaki is still here. Can y'all hear me okay? Over this video?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This is the nomos. See, the only reason we don't know about this is because these Jesuits been hiding all of this knowledge. Anytime something comes to the surface, they've been in control of the media. So they'll silence it. All of this major stuff like this, all of the life that's still on this planet that we don't know about, because they've been controlling the narrative. It's not like it's not there. Just like these ships that's coming, see the energy and us, uh, the more, just like I've been on this call tonight, the Anunnaki came over the house. The more we vibrate, the more we keep talking about, uh, the more we keep talking about our connection with them, they can feel that vibration. So what do y'all think about? So now let's have dialogue. What do y'all think about this occurrence? Do y'all think it's real?
It looks
Yes,
real.
it's real.
It looks real.
Everything they call a myth is real.
So that's why studying the mythology also can be decoded. If you can decode mythology, then you can cipher the truth. How do I know that? Okay, that don't matter. But yes, learn when you start to read mythology stories, you need to decipher them or decode them, and the truth is actually there. You just gotta know what's what. Because it's not gonna be easy, but you can do it. A group of people can do it. But that's a lot of study. Whew.
Oh, Ashay, I just want to add, I was just, you have to just realize that we're not the only creation on this earth. And it is true that everything that Hollywood mimics in the movie is actually here. When they talked about, what's that lizard tongue type people? They're called, and I should talk about this all the time. Well, their tongue is real slithery like, and they have that split in that at the tip of their tongue, which they're non-human. Most of the Albions, for the most part, Bush, his family, President Bush, his family. What are they called? They're called begin with an L. Somebody help me out.
Marion,
Uh,
Marion.
no, no, ma'am. What are they called? It'll come to me. It's just But yes, they're lizard-like. They're not human, but they fit in, and it makes sense, Empress. You know, when those rows showed up, right? That was all. You know, they're here. That's it. They're here, and we have to have our spiritual antennas on enough to be able to decipher. And they're here. They're here to what it says that for the enemy comes. Let's say comes not with to kill, to steal, and to destroy. Well, they're all here.
Reptilian, correct.
Yes. Well, say it again, Matriarch. One more time, please.
I didn't say it. One of the persons said in the chat, reptilian.
Yeah, reptilians. Thank you. Yes, yes, Ashe. Reptilians. They are among us, and then some. But we become so comfortable in thinking that it's the norm. Oh, it is a human. No, they're not. They're not. They are your test. And with us having a pineal gland, that's why we must keep it clean, through our diets, what we take in, what we allow ourselves to so-called harmonize with, you know. That's why I'm a very, very private person. I don't let everyone in, into my circle. I don't. Even as a young boy, I mean, I've always been sociable, but very careful. And it's funny how my teacher would always have a PTA meeting with my mom and saying, your son, are you teaching him? He's just, I don't know, he's just beyond his years. I never forget my mom, she was saying that, yeah, they are just beyond my years. It's funny how when folks say that, you're beyond your years. No, you are where you are supposed to be. Ashe?
Ashe. Wow.
I mean, I've been in, I think, well, they say it's something called wear and tear. I mean, I've been in literally, and this is no exaggeration. I've been in 7 different head-on car accidents. 7. One where I almost totally lost my life. I'm from Baltimore. This happened right out there near the military installation near Middle River. Matriarch, I think you may know what I'm talking about. It's a military installation. It's right at Middle River, and it's a Walmart that's not too far from it. That was my last one. Well, I was on my way to work, and this is when my oldest son, when he was first born. Well, he'll be 18 soon. And these cars, I don't know, they were speeding, what have you. It was wet outside, rainy. Anyway, make a long story short, I was told that my car flipped. Well, my car did flip. It flipped upside down on the train track, and I mean, it crumbled. And they said they saw me climb up out of it like nothing ever happened. But what happened was when I climbed up out of the car, I stood up, I looked left, I looked right, I looked up, I looked down, and I looked forward, and that's when I collapsed. This is everything they said. And I wish they had the video. And they said, no way, no human would be able to get out of the car like that. That's what they kept saying. And they wanted to examine me. They wanted to run some tests on me and all this mess, but I declined. I said, no, I want to go. I have to go. I have to go get back to my life. But they still were just puzzled of how did I climb up out of that car? The car was crumbled, and this is no exaggeration. Ashe.
Spiritual protection. Ancestral protection.
Ashe. Yes.
That's how. Simple as that. The higher you go up in your spiritual training, work, studies, and as you get tested through family, friends, children, loved ones, brothers, exes, you're going to have still gonna have human experiences with people. But there's certain things that other people are just not gonna understand. You don't have there's some that are willing to learn. There's some that are willing to listen. There's some that are willing to take action, and there's some that'll step forward and heed the call. Right?
I sure will.
If they let them choose, that's why we have free will. You know, if they don't choose to heed to whatever, or when people come and they have questions, be ready to answer. Because if I can't answer it, I'll say I don't know the answer, but I'll go do some research and find out. And when I have an answer, I'll come back to you with what I found. But don't depend on me to do all the research, because you want to know too, and we can get together and we can talk about what what I found, and we can decide what's true and what's not. Right? Somebody that's willing to work on learning something different. But if they don't have the desire to learn, don't waste your time. Because I got more rituals to do. I got more prayer to do. I got more studying to do. I still got to cook, clean, and take care of my mom and take care of myself. You know what I mean? Don't waste time. The spirit realm does not run on linear time. There is no time there. That's why they're able to come and communicate with us, or they're able to reconnect now, because there is no timeline for them. We are on a timeline linearly. When I say linearly, I mean here on Earth it's linear. But actually, there's no timeline. So we got to be down here and do this work. We ain't got time to be playing. And when people don't take your work seriously, you have to set healthy boundaries and enforce them. You know?
Yes,
let your yes be yes and let your no be no.
Yes. Yeah, so we have to stop. I mean, blending in like everything's okay, and not to take away, and I don't not to cause no offenses or anything like that. I mean, if anyone like to date out of your race, they say, "Oh, love is love is love," but I don't know, just me. No. It gets me. And maybe you all, I don't know, maybe you want to come in on it and comment, and maybe this conversation has already been had before. As far as your take on marrying outside, your race to an Albion,
That subject is sensitive to certain people, because we already got a lot of mixtures of different races in our bloodline already. But myself personally, did not want to procreate with any person but a black man. That was my personal preference. I wasn't into the light skin, pretty hair, or good, so-called good hair. I'm glad all my children have wonderful, coarse hair, woolly hair that can hold heat and can be stretched and braided and pulled and manipulated and not fall out. I'm a mother of 4. None of my children are ashamed of their hair type, who they are, whatever their sexuality is. I don't judge them. They are who they are. All I do is teach them what I know, whatever they gravitate to, and whatever they question me about, I answer. They're going to learn from the streets regardless. They're going to learn from their peers. They're going to learn from the city. I mean, they're going to learn from the state. They're going to learn from, you know, they're going to learn from their personal life experiences. I am not the one having their experiences. They are. I'm there to help them process their experiences. I'm there to make sure that they don't have 5150 episodes. I'm there so that they don't drink themselves because they don't know how to communicate and socialize with their peer group. You know what I mean? But they need to know how to protect themselves if there's an enemy in their circle. You know, that's something I've always taught my children: self-defense and self-preservation. The schools always said that was aggressive. I said, how is that aggressive? Are you gonna let your child be hit by another child and not say nothing? I said, they got more police on school grounds and campus, we call them campus snitches, in elementary school, middle school. There's always the anonymous snitching factor in the state school system. Oh, well, we got this information, but you know, the person is anonymous. Okay, well then have them bring their anonymous self forward. They can't be anonymous the whole time. They're making all these accusations and statements, and you're trying to impress your rules and regulations upon me and my children, but where's that anonymous child's parent? Oh no, it's not about that. It's about you and your child. I said, well then you about to back up off me and mine, and I'll take my child and I'll leave. I said, and when you guys decide that you want to talk to me with some respect and handle my child correctly, then I'll return with my child. But if you're not going to do that, I can teach my child at home. I don't have a problem with homeschooling because I'm not from 3-4 generations of welfare and GEDs. I'm from a working class family with degrees in education. So I don't see no problem with teaching my children at home. It's the best way to empower them and teach them about self-mastery, self-esteem, self-confidence, culture, pride, other languages outside of English and Spanish. You know, you can expose your children to way more knowledge and information about who they are and where they come from without the influences of the state curriculum.
Yes.
Because that's an agenda in itself and a pipeline to the prison system. Well, prison industrial complex, PIC. See why I say it's prison industrial complex? Because it's a business. It's like the foster care system and child protective services is a business. It's a business of trafficking children. But we won't continue to talk about that topic because people don't even want to pay attention that our children are getting snatched all the time.
Yes.
They're trying to drug them. They're trying to put chips in them. They're trying to drug them up. They're trying to mess them up so that they don't awaken, so that they don't come online. They're trying to damage them mentally, emotionally, sexually, and physically before they can even develop it. Before they hit puberty, they are already some of them can be mentally disturbed from what? That can happen in your community, that can happen in your family, that can happen in your home. That can happen in the school system. That can happen. That can happen
Correct.
in rural
Correction.
probation system.
Correction. It cannot happen. We are
It will not
changing.
happen to mine.
It will not happen. These are the things that we have the power to change. These are the things that we work on in our rituals. These are the things that's been instituted by this black-eyed priest and this priesthood, this Jesuit priesthood that has tainted our communities purposely to break us apart, to damage us, to dumb our children down, to bring this wickedness of pedophilia, homosexuality, all of these things. I mean, I'm not trying to be politically correct because I know what my ancestors said. Men don't lay with men. Somebody got to take a stand somewhere. Okay, that's not what we do.
Yes.
So, I don't care nothing about being politically correct. I'm for what's true and what's right and what I know the law is. The law is none of that existed before this hybrid came out of the cave. And that's not in our law. They came onto the planet, took control, took power, took our knowledge to control people and the world, and instituted all of this craziness. They control them. You can see it. They control the movies. You see it in the movies and on TV. That's who's controlling this. That's who's ordering this. This wicked pedophile homosexual that's in these monasteries having sex with men. And making this a requirement to be in their industries, to get high up. How you think, okay, I'm going to touch on everything that I had asked about earlier, people wanted to talk about. This situation with Jada and Will, well, can't say their name, but anyway, this situation with the man who slapped Chris Rock. He was under a spell. Did y'all see that? First, he was laughing. He was in a total different space. All of a sudden, he jumped out his seat, went up there like a robot, and slapped that man. I promise you, that was a spell. These people work in labs 24/7, taking shifts, doing stuff like that. I bet you they did it to try to ruin him. They will pick you up and bring you in there. And if you don't do what they say, if you don't do everything they tell you to do, they will take you down. And they will find a way to do it. They didn't want that man was getting an Oscar that night for playing a role that they did not want him to play. He had already been at the, a top Hollywood actor, and you can't get up there unless you then did they ritual. So this is my assessment of the situation. Everybody keep talking about Jada and how she don't respect him. Did he do some things to make her not respect him? Think about it.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Well, that's where we at. She ain't talking about it because she can't talk about it. She frustrated. How you think Will Smith been the #1 actor all these years? He slept with a man. That's the only way you can get to that level. Jamie Foxx, Brad Pitt. This is what they have to do. This is a requirement for this homosexual Jesuit priest.
Yes.
You can hear the artists talk about it all the time. Some of them didn't take that road. And that's why they didn't raise to the billboards no more.
Was that Wesley Snipes as well, Empress?
I'm not sure. I haven't checked on him. But this is my assumption of what happened. He did a role that they told him not to do, and he was getting an Oscar that night. So they said, okay, you're gonna get your Oscar, but we're gonna ruin your career at the same time. They did their spells, they mind control rituals, because this is their job. This is what they do. They have full labs with people in cubicles doing sorcery to control everybody that's in their priesthood. So anytime, that's why I said these people have to be taken out. Because, or do we have to, what the ancestor told me is, I've been breaking the spell. They told me to break the spells that this Jesuit priest has put on the world. That's what we have to do, family. Because these people are under a spell. Any one of them that has taken that oath and that ritual, they're under a spell. They're under the spell of the priesthood. That's what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with individuals who are in their own full will and capacity. When you see these artists come out, that's the only way they can control them. That's why you don't see many artists helping others and bringing them into it because of that. They have rules and requirements, and if you break them, they're going to punish you. They're going to do something to take it away, or they're going to do what they did to Bill Cosby. Do what they did to Dave Chappelle. Do what they did to Cat Williams. Cat Williams and Dave Chappelle is not the real individuals. That's not a soul. That's not a living spirit and soul in them bodies. They're body snatchers. They have the technology to do that. This is what we dealing with. We dealing with a diabolical beast wanted to control the world and did it through manipulation. Everything that you see and hear on TV and radio, Howard Stern is the high priest who keeps all of them under control. There's various ones that's in these industries that keep the others under control. And there's gatekeepers, there's so-called blacks that keep everybody under their order in control. Oprah Winfrey was at the highest level. Tyler Perry was under her. These are things I came into knowing personally in my own situations with dealing with this every day. Me against the world. That's how I feel. Now I have my tribe, so thank you. I love y'all. Which helps, but I'm telling you, this is not an easy task. This is not an easy life. This is not something that, I chose it. I had to, and before I came here. But I just wish when we come here, we remember shit. Like, I didn't remember none of this. Like, why did I come here to do all of this? Give me some memory back. Like, that's what I want. That's what I'm praying for. The next ones to come after me, come here knowing exactly what you have to do without being distracted, without, having to figure it out. Almost 50 years old, you just now figuring it out. When I started this at 33 and should have been 10 years, I'm 10 years behind on my true and rightful path to my fated destiny. Ashe, I yield, matriarch.
Islam Empress, I wanted to bring up that David Letterman is a high up in the Masonics, and Will Smith was on his show when David Letterman was about to retire. Will Smith walked up to that man and tongue kissed him. I said to myself, now these got to be some Freemasons, Masonics, or something's going on. And it's not a joke. It's men that are affiliated with something that everybody else don't know, because ain't no man gonna go up to no other man and tongue kiss him. So after that, I said, well, all these actors are in cahoots, and they all belong to their own society where they do things to children, to adults. Anybody that want to get in is going to be filmed having some kind of sexual perverted, however many men doing whatever to them, and it's going to be filmed. So if they snitch, if they tell, they're going to bring out this. And I said to myself, these people are sick. All of them are sick. And matter of fact, when the brother was talking about how people could go with pale faces, these people are going outside of their species. We are the nines. You can't get higher than a 9. They are only a 6, a recessed monkey. Why would you want to go less? They have lice. If they don't take a bath, lice will develop on them. That is ridiculous. Why would you want to go with the animal?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't understand that. I mean, we are the 9, they are the 6. They got the animal in them, and they got fur. And I yield with that. It's just ridiculous.
Matriarch, is so true, and that's that. And it's funny that you mentioned this. I remember in high school, it was a rainy day, literally raining like cats and dogs outside, as they say. Boarded the bus, and it was a bunch of Albions on the bus from where I was, and it smelled like a pack of dogs on that bus. Literally smelled like a pack of dogs. It got so bad that I got off at the next stop, and I didn't care if I was gonna be late. I couldn't handle the smell. Ashe.
I'm telling you, I was in the store this past summer, and this lady, and she was with her daughter. She was a big lady, and I mean, everywhere she went, the stench followed her. I couldn't believe it. I said, "Ooh, I gotta get out of this store." It was so bad. I was like, "What is that? Can't be human. Can't be. They don't have a liver. That's the thing."
It must be something, Empress. But I mean, that day, I literally, because I mean, I was becoming sick on my stomach. So they definitely have animalistic mentalities. Well, let's think about it. They say that when they were, of course, at the time when they were in caves, and they said when their husbands were out, I guess, hunting for food, they asked the wives. Correct me if I'm wrong. Their wives will be in there mating, with dogs or even horses or whatever. Have you heard that?
Yes, they would mate with beasts, animals, bestiality.
He said, well, we here amongst them. I just wish that we can, well, it says to come out from among them. Come out from among them. It says that. The word said, come out from among them. But we want to be equal to them, equal to a cave dweller. We want to sit at a counter and prove that, hey, we're human, we can eat. Why would I want to eat in their kitchen? Why? In fact, why did they have the 3 brothers that went up there, at the Woolworths counter wanting to sit there? I mean, they could be spitting on the food back there, working roots in the food, all this crap. But this is what we thought brought equal rights. Just to sign a contract to live a life where we're the head anyway. We want to sit at a counter, and I can go on and on with that. But all this stuff back then, I mean, what did it truly mean? Just for them to get to the point where, okay, we'll go ahead and sign the contract called the Civil Rights Contract. You sign this, we'll go ahead and let you all, but you're still a nigga to us now. When really nigga really, like I said, it means a good word, but it's been defrauded. It's been defrauded. And then here it is, we out here calling each other that.
You finish?
Yes, I just got lost in my thought. Ashe. I meant to say Ashe, Ashe.
Islam. Martin Luther King. His name was Michael. His father went into Europe and found Luther and called itself Martin Luther King, Martin Luther, and he named his son Martin Luther, renamed him, but people still called him Michael. Okay, so Michael was into masonry. Okay, never heard that brought up. So Michael was told not to do a certain thing. You know, you big time preacher and all this, and you guiding the people back to whatever. But we don't want you to do a certain thing, like talking about the mountaintop and you seen the land and it's the promised land and you know all these things, but I might not get there with you. When you start opening your mouth and talking about things you're not supposed to talk about, you just put a mark on your head. And your own people can take you out. Your own people standing there because they got marks too. But if they do this certain thing, then their mark will disappear. Snitches. No good, evil, vile, malicious, envious. Our own people is hateful. But as
Not our
long as
own
we got
people.
some of our own people, as long as we got $15 more than the next person, then we happy. And I yield.
Yeah, I was saying that too, matriarch, our own people. But guess what? The ancestors told me they are not your people. They are wicked. And anybody that took the side of wicked is not our people. I don't care what they look like. We have to set standards and we have to keep standards going. We have to, keep, everybody used to ask me when I was young, why are you always so serious? Why I'm 20 years old, 23, buying real estate, doing serious things and being conscious about what I'm doing. That's just in my family line. Come to find out, rulers have my own business and my own things going and employing people twice my age at 23. But the thing is, I look back and I'm saying to myself, wow, where did I get that from? Where did I get that gumption to even do that? The ancestors told me there is a dark skin, so they're not all pale faced. You have a species in Africa, in remote areas of Nigeria. They too are not real people. They were created here on earth, so they don't have a soul. The ones that our ancestors, the Anunnaki, the ancient ones created here on this planet don't have a soul. So those of us who have a soul came from the outer planets. We came from the cosmos. That's why we have a soul. That's the connection that they broke from us and told us don't look up there, don't look to the stars, don't do no astrology, don't do any of that. That's why they did that on purpose, because that's our connection, that's our power source. They don't have that. So the species that is, melanated, or they dark, they look like, they melanated, they were created to be the workforce also. That's who is in that picture That's the 3/5. That's 3/5. So some of them did come as slaves, but the thing they don't tell us is that it was only a small number of them, not compared to what they saying. They always lie about the numbers, and they always lie about the timelines, and they always lie about the maps and how everything was positioned. They turned the maps upside down
Right.
to confuse us. It's a lot of stuff they did. So was north is south and was south is north, and also the names, also the letters. They took on names and changed it by 1 or 2 letters of prominent families, those that came into power. It's just a lot of trickery that was done, and it's sad to see so many of our people don't know who they are, and they keep talking this spook tale, fairy tale stories, and they don't even realize that this is their land. They're from here. This is the motherland. Why is it that, how is Africa the motherland? Even though, okay, I found out my lineage is from ancient Kemet. That's 700 million years lineage. Ancient Kemet, that bloodline, the first family. Okay, true enough. But yet you see everything running from America. Everything. It was no in history, in their story, and in the timeline. Where was civilization at? They had civilization and stuff like that, but I'm talking about it's all the motherland. That's what I'm trying to say. This is all our land. It just was not Africa. I yield.
Well, family, I'm gonna say it's been and as always, it's very it was a very enlightened conference this evening. I'm gonna go ahead and um, go ahead and take my rest so I can start. I guess start this day in about 3 or 4 hours from now.
Okay, Noble. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your contribution. I appreciate you. And have a good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Representative, the picture you
Yes,
have,
ma'am. Mm-hmm.
not this one exactly, but the ones prior, the men would look like men, they have beards. They were all holding a bag.
Yep. And that's what they talk about in some of these documentaries. That's the bag of herbs and stuff. They spiritual protection. So-called Jesus carry herbs. That was his protection. Krishna. Krishna.
I think Prophet Noble Ali got that bag that he wore from India. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking he had herbs in it also.
That was our practice. That wormwood prevents accidents and mishaps. Keeps wicked spirits away from you.
Wormwood, huh?
Yes, that's one of the main ones. Now you can see them talk about wormwood in the spiritual, a lot of spiritual practices, and also in the Bible and Quran.
I wanted to mention that maybe 10 years or more back, I saw a video from some men that were recording underwater. And what they recorded was mermaids, male and female, swimming around their underwater oil rig platform.
Were they dark?
I don't remember. But they
If
were
they weren't,
fast.
if they
They were
weren't, if they weren't dark, they weren't real.
They were fast. I remember that. I don't remember at this time if they were melanated, but they were fast. I was like, wow, look how fast they are. Woo. Okay, so
Yeah, they're still in Mesopotamia. They're still in that same region where life started. They came out of the planet Serpentanius from a ball of light. We came down here as pure consciousness. So ain't nobody traveling back and forth in no spaceships. The only way you leaving this planet going to another planet is when you change form. You have to change form to go to other planets and to cohabitate there. Ain't no secret suit, ain't no astronaut suit gonna allow you to do that. They not doing that. That's an illusion. The Anunnaki is not even doing that. They're not taking no spaceship up there. Only way you leaving this earthly plane going into space is when you change form in the spirit realm. Go back in the ball of light, the same way you came. But the only ones that's doing that is us. Those who have a soul can do that. If you don't have a soul, your last stop is here. There's no more creation for you. That's why they so afraid. And that's why they trying to put us on this same level with this fake vaccine, dumbing down. All these vaccines have been created to dumb down the masses, the God gene. Ashe. So let's hear what this guy is saying. I found some truth in what he has said, but he has a show called The Fifth Kind. See, they know about that 3/5.
Yeah.
So he said the fifth kind. Let's make it clear. When they talk about humankind, whenever they say kind, that means it's kind of like something.
Yes.
Ish. More ish. That's why I don't say that.
I don't say it either.
Yeah.
Right.
The Bible, we have a summary version of all these stories that pepper Sumerian, Babylonian, and Assyrian texts. The problem and the shock horror is that the original versions, the Sumerian versions of these stories, make no mention of God at all. In the Sumerian originals, these are stories of our ancestors.
You hear what he said? It's in the original text. It's none of what they have perpetuated.
Right.
Contact with another species, a species called the Anunnaki.
Now, that's why I watch this type of stuff, because the ancestors speak to me and give me the answers. And if I don't get them, I'll divinate about it and get the right answers. So they keep saying species. This is how you know they're not connected. They're not connected. Stuff that becomes so clear to us it's still a mystery to others. That's because they don't have the same connection. They don't have a soul connection that we have. They keep saying the other species, and they keep, acting like um it's extraterrestrial. When some of them know the truth. The Anunnaki is us. The original first bloodline. That's the imperial bloodline. The Nomos, the mermaid you just seen, imperial bloodline. First ones here. That's what that means. So when they say all this different stuff, and they done been out here discovering everything, so they know the truth for the last 100 years. You discovering all of this stuff and you don't know the truth? Come on. They purposely misleading people. That's their agenda, to mislead. Because if they tell the truth about where everything began and how everything happened, then that would mean they got to tell the truth about themselves. And that's their greatest fear. They don't want to tell you who they are. They don't want to tell you they came out the cave and they're mixed with Reese's monkey. They're never going to tell you that.
Trained the armies of nation states, that's quite a tea company. In fact, Roland.
He's talking about a company that sold tea that went over to, I believe it was Mesopotamia, and they did not want to leave until they got the information about the Book of Kings. Now, this is an ancient book that was written in stone on the walls of Persia that is now sitting in some museum in London, England. The same place that is my family line's land, and the same place where the Maxima family of London, England, my cousin, Mark Anderson, Percy, he wasn't a real Percy, but he called himself Percy because he wanted to control the monetary system here in America. The Persian family line, as well as the Medici, Pallavinici, they were responsible for the banks. They're responsible for collecting the taxes and turning it over to the empire. This is where all the fallout came from in the family. So anyway, the cousin of London, England, Mark Anderson, probably his mother or grandmother, great grandmother, ordered this Book of Kings to be brought to London, England. They don't want nobody to see the truth because they come from the family line, but it tells you who is supposed to be seated on the throne. So they don't want that because they know they overturn the empire and the throne. They don't want nobody to know who they are. They don't want nobody to know the truth, especially when they have frauds sitting up there and working them like puppets in the background, pale faces like the queen, the so-called Queen Elizabeth, and that fake royal family. And you can see old boy with all that red hair. He's a Scot. He came out the freaking cave, just like all of them did. Came out to do their bidding for the royal families who overturned the empire. That is the biggest secret. That's why all this stuff is secret society rituals, this and this and that. They sick. They doing all of this to cover up fraud, to cover up the lies, to cover up all the shit they stole, including the land. This is what the big secret is that the land is ours, and that is what they're supposed to uphold in these courts, in these government agencies. All these people in these secret societies, they know the secret. That's why everywhere you turn, it seems like you're being blocked, because that's their order. They not supposed to let you get nothing. Don't let them get nothing, especially if they know you are, one of the type of Moors that is progressive. They don't like progressive niggas. They do everything in their power. Unless you get down with them, if you don't get down with them and let them pimp you and make some money off of you, they're going to try to ruin you. This is how they are. This is how this whole system works. So people like me that always remained independent to whatever cost, to the cost of homelessness, I'm not giving in. I'm not down with none of your stuff. Give me what's mine. I came here to do a job, and I'm not deviating from that. I don't care what it takes, but a lot of people don't have that kind of strength to withstand the threats of these people, because they will try you. Dangle carrots, all of that. But you have to know when you are selling your soul to the devil. The government has come to me, has sent agents to me on more than one occasion back in the day, trying to get me to convert, trying to get me to waive my rights. Not at that time, I'm saying no, no. That time and every time, I'm saying y'all owe me something. I didn't know to what extent at that time that I know right now, but I knew what I had created and that they was using it, because they kept blocking me out of my accounts at Treasury Direct and at the IRS and at different places. They wouldn't even let me use my own social security number. I'm saying y'all using my shit. People walking up to me, because I was doing loans back then. They were coming up to me asking me for money, all these military guys, and I'm saying to myself, yeah, y'all see what I got. But they've been blocking me from it. Not being able to use my own name, not being able to use my own social security number. I'm saying to myself, ain't no way I would ever waive my rights and go work with the government. They offer me all type of stuff. We like your work. We like your work. Was gonna offer to send me to some forensic fraud school and all of this stuff. I'm saying to myself, I already wrote the book on it. I already did that. Crack that code. Why do I need y'all? I don't need y'all. And why are you offering me that? It's a reason. Every time somebody comes to make you an offer, somebody like that in the governmental capacity or the industry, it's something they want. They want your soul. They want your intelligence, your information. Parasites. I'm just so glad I was strong enough and I knew better. And I don't care how much they took from me. My cars, put me out of houses unlawfully on more than one occasion, still trying to do that. After I paid cash for something, you still gonna try this dumb shit? This is who we dealing with. A psychotic beast that will try anything to, achieve their goal and their means. But I'm at a point now where I've realized my power. They can't just do anything to me anymore like they used to. But how many people have they done these type of things to? Tried to ruin their lives, try to make them seem crazy, put them in institutions. This is their MO. I've seen it throughout my years. So when I see the bull coming, I know it's bull. I don't hesitate. I already know. I'm going into action. I'm not even giving that my energy. I'm going to enforce my own will in my situation. Nobody is going to enforce their will upon me. Them days is over. Taking my cars. They took so many cars from me in the last few years. It's ridiculous. Took cars from my son. Just do whatever they want to do. Because somebody gave them an order to do it. I just want y'all to understand. And then once you understand, overstand how to get out of it. Shay, let's hear what the doctor has to say.
His presence in Iran wasn't part of a quid pro quo for trading rights. He was there for access to the district of Behistun. He wanted to find the Behistun inscription. The Behistun inscription was an ancient royal proclamation carved into a cliff face. It was written in 3 known languages: Persian, Elamite, and Akkadian, which was the common language of the Mesopotamian cultures. The inscription expressed all 3 languages in cuneiform script. It was the translation key the cuneiform tablets had been waiting for. The memories of Mesopotamia's ancient cultures were suddenly an open book. The glyphs were not mere decoration after all. They were banking records, business agreements, shopping lists, contracts, recipes, inventories, royal histories, and the most ancient narrative in the history of the world.
Let me share this other screen with y'all. This is the area he's talking about. The area he's talking about is really Iraq, which they changed the name to Iraq when they conquered Persia. So this is the region that is called Persian Iraq, also uncommonly spelled as Persian Iraq with a K. Is a historical region of the western parts of Iran. Let's look at the map real quick. Persian Iraq. That's all Persian. Khuzestan. Yep. All of this was Persia. Okay, let's go back. Let's see.
It was in these ancient narratives that the source of banking records, business agreements, shop was an ancient royal stone. He wanted to
Behistun is the area.
find the Behistun inscription. The Behistun inscription was an ancient royal proclamation carved into a cliff face.
Ancient royal proclamation, and look at the visual. You see any straight hair?
It was written in 3 known.
You see any straight fur? You see these big noses like I got? This is where I get this nose from. My Persian blood.
Languages: Persian, Elamite, and Akkadian, which was the common language of the Mesopotamian cultures. The inscription expressed all 3 languages in cuneiform script. It was the translation key the cuneiform tablets had been waiting for. The memories of Mesopotamia's ancient cultures were suddenly an open book. The glyphs were not mere decoration after all. They were banking records, business agreements, shopping lists, contracts, recipes, inventories, royal histories, and the most ancient narrative in the history of the world. It was in these ancient narratives that the
Now, this is where the term comes from, write it in stone. You can't forget that contract. You can't forget that lineage. It's written in stone. It ain't no mistake about it. So this is ancient stuff right here. Let me see what else I got in here. These folks, they play a lot of games. They play a lot of games. Like we'll never find out about it. Like, you know, they can just tell us whatever, they want to tell us, and we supposed to go run with that and never ask no questions about it.
though a devout Christian and a Baptist pastor, the authorities considered that his recent theological papers had struck at the very roots of two world religions, Christianity and Judaism.
These are the two right here that work together. That Catholic priesthood and Jesuit priesthood, but they all trained under the Jesuit priesthood and sent to Jesuit schools, and they pray to the Black Madonna. Their orders up under them, the Scottish Rites, the Freemasons, and all of them, they pray to King Solomon, the higher ups, King Tut. The lower level, who is the foot soldiers, they pray to Isis. They pray to Osiris for power.
What Nathaniel Schmidt had done wrong was read the Sumerian and Babylonian and Assyrian texts and notice that they were full of fascinating parallels, stories that occurred there that were uncannily similar to all the stories and beginnings of the Bible. Stories like Adam and Eve, the fall, Cain and Abel.
So here we go again with the wrong timelines. It wasn't, none of this stuff happened in the 1890s, but that's how they had to cover up their beginnings. So they changed the timelines. They didn't come out the caves until 1900 even. And before they came out the cave, they was in the caves. Okay, they've been here 600 years. So they've been out the cave 127 years. So 470 some odd years that they were in the cave, dwelling in the cave.
If you think about it, the church was still reeling from the after effects of Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species. And it was busy.
So all of this right here was done to mask where they came from. They know damn well this is not true. They know this is not true. They try to put this on us when it's really them. And our civilization is conflicting theories about how civilization started, because their civilization, their beginnings did not start with ours. That's why that's the thing that they want to cover up, They don't want to tell the truth about how the different species are here. So they come up with these fake Darwin theories and all these different things to throw off the scent of who they really are.
Putting together new doctrinal bases, new doctrines of biblical inerrancy to
New doctrines. New doctrines that they came. This is what I'm saying, that they threw the whole civilization off because they had to come out of the cave and start learning things and discovering everything. This is stuff we already knew. So we had to go, because they took control of everything, we had to be, our progression was slowed down to the rate of their understanding, and until they could figure out things. This is where humanity failed.
shore up the ship. So the idea that the Bible might actually be based.
You hear what he said? They had to do things to shore up the ship, make things align to their agenda.
Was the beginnings of the Bible. Stories like Adam and Eve, the fall, Cain and Abel.
So this man right here, he's a former priest or a bishop, and he came out of it after realizing things didn't add up in the Bible. So a lot of the information that he has is okay. It's a starting point, but once again, you have to have several different points of reference when you doing your research. Never look to one source of information. You have to have at least 3 sources to compare notes and similarities and different things like that to get to the truth and study the archives. This is not a good source of information. The sources of information are the ones written in stone in the archives, and you know, non-biased places of reference, to where you know that the people that put this that's offering this information, they got it from an authentic source and they had no bias in it. If you get information from places that have a bias, then you have to question it, and you really can't take that as a point of reference. So when you become a master researcher and you start to study, ancient texts and knowledge and different things like that, you can immediately see where the lies are. So that's what I encourage everyone to do. I'm gonna open it up for dialogue. then we can, call it a night. Going on 1 o'clock. Excuse me. Matriarch, anything? Any last words? Vicky. We have a new guest, Miss D. Gray, and we have our folks on YouTube.
The only thing when you told me to hold that thought was initiating yourself into your personal science is what my topic was, and learning your natal chart. If your natal chart is predominantly water, then you would use water element. That would be your power element. Wherever you have squares in your natal chart, you need to find what balances out or harmonizes between the 4 squares. If you have trines in your chart, those, like in my natal chart, my 3 have grand water trine. So that lets me know that water is my power element and that water magic is the best magic for me to work with. That's because I read my chart. I learn my chart. Also, you have to be aware of when we're having solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, blue moons, rare moons, and things like that in the transit. It's very, very important to stay current on what's going on in those 7 planets that are moving around in our galaxy, right? Because those energies affect our natal chart. So when you become more aware of what's going on above you, the as above, so below, universal law, the Hermetic universal law, then you will learn strategies, rituals, prayers, potions, herbal prescriptions that will be downloaded to you for your particular ailment, whether they're from whatever's wrong with you or your children. I make my own medicine most of the time for things that are wrong with my own body. I try to limit prescription drugs or pharmaceutical medication because we know that all is based on the components of the natural herbal mineral source. So why depend on something, a chemical, that is only copying the original? So if you know that the components in rosemary herb, herb have spiritual, have medicinal uses. So starting your own small apothecary is good because you can use that in your spell work, your rituals, your medicine making, your salves, your syrups. You can make cough syrup for your kids that got the whoever. Like I have a friend that they got the poke, the COVID-19 poke vaccination. That messes with your DNA. So a lot of people that had got the COVID that didn't get the shot, the children and the people are still suffering from mucus. So you have to make your own cough syrup to get that mucus out your body. Like Dr. Sabi said, mucus is the source of all disease, dis-ease. I yield.
Islam, I saw this program, Fifth Kind, and I saw truth and falsehood strangely mixed, especially when he was talking about his kind and the books being wrote, things like that. But going back to that wall, it's a wonder that they didn't try to destroy the mural, because, as you said, they had flat nose, they had woolly hair, they didn't look like the pale faces. You know, jealousy probably reared its ugly head. And that Book of the Kings, I could see that they wanted to hide that. So all these libraries have to give up all the artifacts, especially the Smithsonian, if they haven't already destroyed it, because they destroy what they don't want the public to see. So it's all about us. We are hidden in plain sight. Everybody's not asleep at the wheel. I know when I was 9 years old, I started asking questions and nobody could answer my questions. So I was like, wow, and nobody's ready for me. My mind is too advanced for them, I guess, because I wanted to be a builder at a young age. I wanted to design cantilever bridges. Now you see cantilever bridges over. But at 9 years old, nobody would direct me. So now we have to be able to direct the children and keep them away from predators and pedophiles. So we have to have our own communities and have our own protectors of these communities, because we don't want people driving down our streets causing confusion.
We have to teach them also, matriarch. We have to start teaching them
Yes.
early spiritual protection. These people
Yes.
can't just walk up on them and give them things to protect them. Give them talismans. Give them the knowledge on how to use different tools to protect themselves. But we're gonna come to a time where we don't need any of that. We walk them on this among and on upon this earth free. Right now, we're not free. Anytime you got to do all this, you're not free. This is what really hurts me, that my son cannot walk out here on his own land and be free of being accosted by rogues walking up on him. You know what I'm saying? Gang stalking him.
Yeah.
This has got to stop. Live in the world. Who has to live like that? That's ridiculous. All the stuff they did to me, ridiculous. They try to come. They try to come looking official. They try to come to you like they're official. And they have everybody looking at you like you did something wrong. Because they have the power the physical power and the strong arm to do all these things to people. They have a network set up so that everywhere you go, they can call their people that's in their order and make sure this one get their blood, do this mind sorcery on them, do this, do that. They already communicated to them, sent them the information, sent their people over there. Go work at this hospital this week. So it don't matter who they work for, what governmental agency they work for, that they supposed to follow a mandate from their job. They're not listening to that. Their first priority is the order of that priesthood. This is where the problem is coming from. We dealing with agents of the enemy at every level against us, who already been given that order, that mandate to do this, this, and this to us before we even get there. This is like something that I see what my job is now. Because I promise you, I'm going to stop all of it. That's my promise. I yield. Matriarch, you had anything else you wanted to say? Vicky?
No, I believe we covered it. I need to, I guess, call you up to get what you were talking about last week about the veil for the sisters to separate themselves from their past loves.
The core
Okay.
cutting.
Yes. Okay.
And
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to you about the Anunnaki ancestors.
Okay. I think I'm gonna have to do a whole show on that and pull up some slides and some information. But basically, they are a part of the first family. But the reason they're so much more advanced than us is because of their environment. We are made up of the same DNA. Those of us in the imperial lineage who were given the orders from the Most High to govern the land, they are too from that same lineage. They are not made up of anything different. They're not extraterrestrial. They don't look like aliens. They look like you and me. They walk among us. They park their ships in wide open fields like in Ohio. They like to go to Ohio because it's a wide open place where they can land their ships. Where they can land the mothership.
Wow.
Hello, sir.
They get out of their
21,
ship.
11.
They get out of their
21, right?
ships,
Yeah.
walk around, and go back to their ships. This is what, through visions and also divination, after watching these various shows, I automatically, something resonates in me, whether that information is true or if it's false, and then I confirm it further through my different ways of divination. So this is how I know all of this. And they showed me, like, I'll see something, I'll see a vision, and I'm like, okay, why am I seeing this? Then I ask about it and they'll elaborate more. So you got to sit real still, real quiet, and you'll get your answers. And the way that I confirm what I'm getting, and this is why I know that I'm getting it from the spirit realm, because I've been cross-checking it for so long, with the divination methods, that I know that when it's coming from the spirit. And they'll just show me stuff. They'll show me a flash or a vision or a dream, or speak to me while I'm looking at something. Like, no, that's not true. That's not how it happened. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be very careful about the information we taking in, because the individuals that's putting the information out They don't really know. They tell you they don't really know. It's still a mystery to them. So it has to come from the only place it's going to come from is those that have the same frequency as the Anunnaki, who they talking about. That's what you call, the divine connection and the Akashic record, the Akash. These answers are coming from the Akash. And like I said, only us with a soul can tap into that energy, that line of communication. They don't have a line of communication to the stars, so they don't know any of this. That's why they're not, creators, the imposters. They don't have a source to create from. So all they know is to take, to tear down, to destroy, to try to recreate something, to try to build something. Build what? When everything you need is already here. You see all this excessive building and different things and just destruction of Mother Earth because they don't know how to act. They like little children who don't know how to take care of themselves, who don't know how to take care of what they have, who don't really realize the true value in what they have before them. We have casted our pearls amongst the swine. This is why they can be no longer. It's just what it is. But the Anunnaki, they are constantly there to protect us. If I give them an order, they will do it. If I ask the ancestors to give them an order, they will do it. They will come. I will hear them hoovering over. But I don't really have to do that anymore because they come in often. They come in like almost every day now. And I'll feel the house vibrating sometimes. And one time I felt a lot of energy in my coming into my head in the back when I heard it hoovering over the house. So they definitely downloading, they definitely putting us back on point in position. Now that we keep talking about them, they're coming forward because they feel the energy. They know we ready. They've been waiting on us. This is their job, their duty. This is family. You know what I'm saying? But they are more in advanced than us because of the core earth that they reside. It's more rich in the environment. Our environment has been destroyed. Look who we living amongst. They destroyed it. Factory smoke, vaccines, everything to dumb us down so we won't have power, and they can keep having power over us. The Anunnaki haven't had to suffer any of that. The only thing they have is near them, which is under them, is Hades, and they govern them. The ones in Hades, they slaves, they work for them. Those was the slaves for the Anunnaki, not slaves, the ones that do the workforce. That's a better word, better term. But Hades is hot. It's very hot, and it's a bad place. It's a bad energy. They are not. I think they took some of them 3/5 down there to work for them. So you got that energy of that non-human being, that beast that's down there doing what they do and be a beast. Nothing good comes from them because they don't know better. They don't have a connection to the divine source like we do. Those that have been mixed in with us, they are, better, but they're not the same DNA. So there's some, like I said, it's not just the pale faces. There's some dark ones also in Africa that were created also about 600 years ago, who eat people. They're all cannibals, And the Anunnaki is the ones who created them. Inky and Lil had a argument and a fight or whether to make them intelligent or not. And this is proven to be um, a fatal decision to make them more intelligent, because they did rise up and come against us, just as it was feared by Inky. I believe it was Inky. Let me see. It was Enlil that did not want to make them more intelligent. So because of this, because they're supposed to be just the workforce. They don't need to be that intelligent. Keep them at lower intelligence just to do the work that they need to do. If you make them more intelligent, then they're going to overtake you. And that's just what they did. They became savvy enough to prove that to be the truth, the facts, for the last 127 years. And that's what that's what the fight is about against us all the time. That's the true fight. They don't want us to come back into our own inheritance. They want to keep robbing and stealing our inheritance from us. So that's what it is, family. But I will do a whole program, a whole show on the Anunnaki and have some slides and things like that. I see there's a great interest in that.
Yes. Yes, there is. And that's where hear no evil, speak no evil, and see no evil comes from. I'm not going to tell them what I look like telling them. Then that means I have to give everything, all my begotten, ill-begotten gain back. I will lose everything.
Yeah, I am. They saying to themselves, I am the evil.
Right. Right. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say anything that could be a detriment. Just going to try to get myself grafted back into the human family through my children.
Yeah, and putting out all of this media about why black women should marry more white men and vice versa. They putting this all in the media because they want to survive. They want to try to continue to survive.
But they're evil.
It's crazy.
Francis Cress Wilson, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson said that their genotype is dying. They're not be able to procreate. They won't be able to survive on this planet if they don't procreate with the black woman.
Right.
They are phenotype to survive.
Yes, that's the truth. The planets, the sun, the environment is going to get rid of them, because what actually happened was the Anunnaki created them as cannibals for them to get rid of themselves. But then they ended up one of the imperial family, that some of the imperial family brought them out of the cave against the law. So that didn't happen. They wasn't in the cave no more to be able to practice cannibalism on themselves. That's how they kept the population down. They was eating themselves. This was purposely done. They wasn't meant to last forever. They was meant to kill off themselves. That's why they created them as cannibals.
Yeah, they had an expiration date.
Which is, why they keep having to have human blood and our body parts, and killing the indigenous population. They have to have, the ancestors said they have to have at least two bodies every year to survive. of real human people, human beings. This is a problem. This is why at least 1 million indigenous people go missing every year, because they feeding a whole however many beasts it was. We are doing the work. We are doing our rituals and putting them in this fire by force and getting rid of them. That's our job, because it's gone on too long and they were not meant to be here that long anyway. And their actions prove this to be so. Ashe.
Ashe. Mm.
So you see why Bill Gates and that whole crew, their main agenda was population control. Because everything, they feel like if they can bring balance to their situation, that they can last longer. But that's not the case. That's not in the stars for them. No matter how much population control they try to do with us, that's not going to prolong their life.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's pretty stupid. It sounds like some David Rockefeller stuff. Go out and get me a fresh young lad with a good heart. Yeah. The eighth heart did him in. That means he had 8 different people in his body. He had their hearts in his body. He thought he's supposed to last forever. David Rockefeller.
Well, remember, they believe in the immortality philosophy or ideology. The soul is immortal.
But he still got to go down with the dogs. He can't go no higher. Walk around here as a ghost or something. Can't go no further. Scaring people. I often wonder why all these mansions have been abandoned.
They're haunted.
Yeah.
They got spirits trapped in them.
Yeah, they can't go no further.
It was an awesome meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Noblesse Vicky. Victorious V. It's always a pleasure listening to my family.
Yeah, Vicky is really advancing in her knowledge of the astrology charts. I can't wait to get these things underway. We have some things coming that we're working on. Our yoni and herbal products for our sisters and the family. Oils, a lot of good things we are working on and we're getting ready to put out, which we already have, just have to package them up. I also have a hair product that's working really well. Let me share that really quick. The tribe already knows about Purple Magic. Now I'm bringing it out to the public. So we're going to be bringing forth our, our natural product lines to the family. So this was developed last year, and we've gone through our testing period and tried it out. It really works. It's made with purple rice. Purple rice. If I don't know if many of y'all heard of the rice water and the benefits of the rice water on your scalp and on your hair. Is extremely beneficial. So this is the product that I developed with the purple rice water, and it's called Purple Magic. It's under my Godmother's brand. So we have the oil and we have the spray. The oil is infused with over 40 herbs. It is extremely rich in herbal and mineral benefits for the scalp. So this is good stuff. You can go to the website and check it out, purplemagic.com. Well, pardon me, purplemagic.hair. And also those who are hearing this and watch the video will get a special discount. You can just contact me and I'll send it to you at a special rate. You can contact me at shop@herbalhairserum.com, email, or of course my Empress Royal Quartz at Proton Mail. That's the secure email that all of us use in the tribe. We use Proton Mail to secure our communications. It's very secure. No one can get into that email. They have tried, trust me. So we have encrypted communications, even if it's something small. If we're not talking about much, it doesn't matter. Knowing that you are under a microscope, you don't make it easy for them. We don't make it easy for them. They have to, if they want to find out something and gain intelligence on us, they have to work hard at it. Ashe.
Ashe. Purple
So,
Magic.
yes, ma'am. That's it. So now we're gonna start distributing this product, and we're gonna have our Yoni products, right, Vicky?
Yes, Your Highness. We will be doing Yoni steams, Yoni breathing, Yoni
Say it again.
meditation,
You're not clear. Come to the phone.
Yoni
Can't really.
Yoni steam product, Yoni steaming,
Okay.
Yoni breathing, meditation, and wound work.
Okay. I would
How to
love
properly
to.
anoint your wound.
Okay, womb. I thought you said moon, like MOON.
Womb anointing.
Okay, got it. Got it. That's awesome. So these are some of the things that we are getting ready to bring to our community. So stay on the lookout for this, family. Also I'll share in the coming days the oils, the intention oils. all of these things that we've been using to manifest and to protect us. I've been using them, and we prayed over them, me and Mariah, tribal member, and they've sat for some time in the crystals and with the herbs, so they're very powerful. So we look forward to bringing that to the community to help enlighten and uplift our well-being. Ashe.
Ashe.
I show you.
We have a D Gray on the line. Or do we?
Do y'all see my screen? Y'all couldn't see purple magic?
I see purple magic.
Yeah.
Could y'all see it while I was talking a little while ago?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, because it didn't look like it on my side. Okay.
D
Perfect.
Gray. Thought I heard a different voice.
Peace and love.
Yes.
Yes, I've listened to the call. It's my first time coming. I've definitely been enjoying the information and specifically listening to the situation that we're in and what we can do to help with the solution. So I've been listening and I'm grateful.
Ashe, thank you so much for tuning in and coming
Thank
to
you.
see what we had to say.
Yes, it will not be the last.
Ashe, we look forward to it.
Who
Definitely.
invited you?
I did.
Okay.
I invited her. Yeah,
Yeah.
we've had some encounters with some strange people, so everybody's on guard about who's coming to the call. Yeah, I invited her, matriarch.
All right. Thank you.
Mm,
Yeah.
yep.
So you're studying the website, D Gray?
Yes, I've been studying the website as well as picking up on other videos that's been posted on YouTube as well. Yeah.
You're learning some things, huh?
Oh yeah, learning some good stuff.
Oh, yes.
I specifically admire and appreciate the prayer. Well, I really don't know if pray is the right thing to say, but I love how you guys start the session with, doing it 3 times. Very powerful words.
Ashe.
Your Highness.
Yes,
Have
ma'am.
you updated the prayer, or I don't know where is the updated prayer available in the Telegram group?
It's not. I just go and ad lib from the old one because things are changing so rapidly. I just add whatever situation we're dealing with as we progress because, that's almost what, 4 years old now, I think. We
Yeah,
did it in
it's technically this.
2018.
Yeah, it's 4 years old as of this month or next month. No, this month is 4 years old. Well, I
Oh,
got introduced to it 4 years ago. This month.
okay. So yeah, um, it's just that I haven't written out a new one. I just ad lib the old, yeah,
Can you
just add.
repost the prayer? Because I've
Sure.
never personalized it. I've always just read it how it was originally written. I've never I've noticed when you guys say it, you guys add yourself to it. I never do that. I just read it just as we did for the last 4 years.
Well,
I've
that's fine.
altered it
That's fine. You can do that, or you can add and subtract as the spirit
as
flows
needed.
during that. Yeah.
So
Hmm.
will you repost the original ancestral protection prayer ritual,
Yes.
please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Where should I post it? On YouTube or I gotta figure out a way how to post the
If
words.
you want other people to have access to it, I would say YouTube, but you can send it to me directly on Telegram or in the group chat.
Okay. I think I sent it by email before, didn't
Yeah, but
I have it on my
I
phone.
would have to go through my email. I can go through my email and see if I can find it.
I'm about to share it now in the group. I'm gonna share
Telegram
it
or
now.
now in this
Telegram.
live.
Telegram.
Okay. All
Because I
right.
have it on my phone. It's written on the scroll. One of the
Yeah,
nobles
that's
had
the one I
got.
remember.
Okay, it's
But
written on the
before
scroll.
I remember before it was written on the scroll when we used to just when you would do the YouTube videos
Yeah.
and you were showing us how to see the orb when we were calling our ancient ancestral mothers.
Libations and stuff.
Yeah, I remember all that. The incense, the sulfur, all of that was my beginning. I had no idea that I went from that to this. No idea.
Yeah, you are highly advanced now.
I'm growing up. Spiritual maturity takes consistent practice.
Yes, it
I would
is.
say that this prayer is a part of my daily prayers and mantras.
Yes, mantras.
So basically, I guess I'm an intercessor of
Intercessor. Yeah. And we need more intercessors. We need more positive intercessors and prayer warriors. This is the thing that these imposters have created a strong network of, but the only thing they did wrong is used it for wickedness and to tear down others. So we have to bring that balance back and use it for what it was created for, and that's to uplift and to continue to protect and create. To come against people in mass numbers the way they do is
the
just
gang stalking.
Gang stalking is just unthinkable.
My last question for the intercessoral prayer is I want to make sure I got clear the list of you said Isis, Osiris, King Solomon, the Black Madonna, King Tut, and Hathor. Am I missing one?
King Tut, King Solomon, the Black Madonna, Isis, Osiris,
Isis, Hathor, King Solomon, King Tut. Am I missing anybody?
Tell me what you got so far.
Hathor, King Tut, the King.
I can't hear you. You going in and out.
Oh, because my internet signal is weird. All right, I'm gonna say it again. Hathor, King Tut, the Black Madonna, King Solomon.
You going in and out. Somebody's muting your phone.
I know. What's that? I'm speaking loud. I'm practically yelling.
So it's the Black Madonna.
Okay.
Goddess Isis.
Okay.
Goddess Hathor.
Okay.
The god Osiris.
Okay.
King Solomon.
Uh-huh.
King Tut.
Got it.
And
you.
you can add the moon and the sun. We have a connection to the outer realm. So we need to use those power sources for good and to correct the wicked ones on this planet. There has to be a balance that we're not getting. We haven't had. They're out of control. That's why we in the shape that we're in.
Is there anyone else we need to add?
I would say add your ancestors in your family line. Those are the ones
Okay.
closest to you that you have the
Okay.
same DNA. You share the same DNA, so they're gonna come
Mat-
quick.
Your maternal and paternal ancestors, or just maternal?
Both. But the spirit follows the mother. The children, the mother's spirit follows the child. So most of the times it's going to be on the maternal side. They know that. That's why they threw us off with this patriarch worship, the phallic system worship. They took us away from the matriarchal system and brought us into the opposite. But at the same time, they prayed to the Black Madonna. They kept our practices and took them away from us so that they could keep power over us.
Oh, I got a question. If you know your spiritual parents, your the what they call I call them the spiritual parents. Other people will call it your Ori or your head. Do
Yeah.
do those go with the ones I just talked about?
Yeah, of course. Your Ori, remember I had taught that a while ago about your
Right.
Ori. That is your spirit man. That's the spirit that you came to the planet with, and you have to acknowledge that spirit. That is you can't go to no other spirits until you acknowledge that spirit that's with you. Because that's the spirit that's keeping you on your divine path. That's the spirit that is, the all knowing. If you ever get yourself lost in life, you have to go to your Ori because they know that Ori, that spirit knows your mission, knows your true and rightful path to your fated destiny. And you can't lawfully go to any other spirits until you acknowledge that spirit. by divine law. So if you go to any other spirits and don't acknowledge that spirit, you could get yourself crossed up, and that spirit will do things to block you. So you have to make sure that you're always moving in order in the spirit realm. And one of the main crimes and violations in the spirit realm is to use your spiritual power for wickedness, to abuse your powers. That's the worst. So you got a lot of people out here that have this knowledge and this power, and they use it to hurt people. They use it for weakness. This is why we taking them out, because they gotta go. That's the worst thing you can ever do, is be a bully. And that's what these people do. They abuse power, they're bullies. They don't have a conscience. They're only driven by power and money and dominance. That's their only goal in life, to dominate others. So that's why they have to now be corrected. And I have to do my job and take them out. There's no more time to waste. There's no more. So they have to come for me. This is a part of the plan. They have to be a part of their own demise. So I don't have to go looking for them. They come to me every day. And this is the only way we're going to achieve balance and get things back on the right track, on the planet. So being in this position that I'm in, as far as the family line, this is my duty. This is my job, to create balance, bring the land back to the people of the land, and bring peace and harmony back on earth, and set the record straight. Ashe. And she shall do just that. Vicky, you there? Okay. Well, I guess that's it. Okay, family, peace and love. We're gonna do another whole session. We will do I'm typing it in the chat. We will do a entire session on a lot of people spell Anunnaki differently, but this is the way they gave it to me. So they've been spelling it wrong. It's Anunnaki, two N's first. Anunnaki. Anunnaki. But most of the individuals doing these documentaries on them do not put that in there like that. They spell it differently.
How you spell it again?
The way the ancestors gave it to me is Annunaki.
I spelled it correct.
But if you notice, everybody else that talks about the subject of the Anunnaki, they don't spell it like that. They put the two N's at the end.
Okay.
Which by my divination is incorrect. Ashe.
Hey.
Tefnut is on the chat. She hung in there with us all night. That's Hathor. She's Hathor. So we do these readings and these divinations, and the ancient ones will come through and tell us who we are. So that's like I'm Isis. That's Oya energy, same energy. Just in a different form and different They probably wondering why they can't take me down. That energy you dealing with, you know, the imperial ruler. I'm from that family line. How you gonna take me down? Using her, using ISIS. This is what I'm saying. These people, they dealing with a whole nother energy, a whole nother raw, unorthodox energy. That's where I come from. Even
All
though I
right.
wasn't, that's why they can't tame me. That's why they can't take me down. That's why it was meant for me never to initiate into none of that stuff. The ancestors wanted to mold me themselves and give me my power. And nobody can take claim to the power I have but them.
Yes.
That's
Well,
what they
I
told
never
me.
initiated into any of those groups except for the Moorish Science Temple. And I was there 40 some years. So I just knew there was more to the story. Nobody knew. They didn't have a clue. They would just go round and round and round and round and round and round. And I'm like, oh, where's the mother at? There's got to be more. So patience, time will tell. Patience. So now I know. Now I'm here. Now I'm here.
Yes, indeed. But you know, everybody had their own, you know, in which they came to the planet and the tools that was available to them. And they doing what they have the capacity to do.
Right,
They don't have the capacity to do what we doing. I mean, everything ain't for everybody.
right.
It is just is what it is. And those of us who can see um this path, that's our job to see it. Those of us that do not see it is not in their path to see it. But we must not judge as we don't want them to judge us. It will all the truth will be all out soon. You know, it's gonna come out. If it don't come out in the wash, it's gonna come out in the rinse. That's where we at. Shay.
Say, I say what? Come out in the rinse. Yes, it will. So the first ones, I mean, the ones who have been in it from the start, or the ones who have been in it that have seen these things take place, are firsthand knowledge. And the people who come after that are, you missed your mark. I mean, you could have been here, but you chose not to. So
It wasn't for them.
we'll just be further along. We'll just be further along in our learnings and teachings, and you just had to play catch up.
This is our karmic circle to complete. This is something we started in the last lifetime.
Wow. We started this in our last lifetime. All right. Now, I've always wanted to know about my prior life, the last lifetime. Wow.
Yep, it's only a few of us. It's only gonna be a few of us. It only needed to be 144,000 to bring balance to the 144,000 of them that are wicked, doing the sorcery and the manipulation all over the world. These are all of the orders and um, group secret society organizations that the Jesuits put together to control the world. It was 144 of them. 144,000 of them.
That's all they have.
That's all they had. That's all
They
they
have
felt like they
less.
needed to have. That's 9.
They
That's the
have
number
less.
9.
Huh?
I guess somebody told them that's all they needed to have. And that did work for a long time, for 127 years.
Now it's less.
You can say they gone. There's a few of them left. There's a few of them left, but it ain't that many. That's why we got to do what we do every day. Every day is a job. It's like I have to do this like a job, just like they do it. They go to work every day as a job, sitting in a cubicle in a building somewhere, doing this. Understand that the only way to counteract that is if we do the same things. That's an even exchange of energy, but our energy is more powerful. One of us in alignment can push back 1 million. Because I'm in alignment, I'm doing my job, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing in my true and rightful path to my fated destiny. This is the only way it's working. This is the only way I'm able to sustain, because I'm walking in my true and rightful path to my fated destiny, and they not. They going against the grain of the divine change. This is why they're going to lose. This is why they're losing. Ashe, Vicky.
You know what I just realized? In 2015, I used to call myself the daughter of the Black Madonna. And now I know why.
Yeah, you pulling up Akashic records.
I used to call myself and at the time I was studying Mary Magdalena. So now I know
This could be
why.
the reason they was attacking you. I told you they watch us. That's what J. Edgar Hoover and COINTELPRO is all about. To try to snuff out and put out fires before they get started.
Yeah, I just realized I used to call myself and now I know why. I was the daughter of the Black Madonna. I am the daughter of the Black Madonna.
Absolutely. Ashe.
Thank you.
Empress
Wow.
Nenta. Empress Nenta, before Victorious V got on the phone, you were talking to me and I was talking to you, and I just looked up and saw my phone was muted. I was holding a conversation. Wow.
Yeah, sometimes I'll hit that mute button because the feedback, like this might be some feedback in your background.
Well, it's quiet here. I'm the only one here. But I
You got a
understand
chirp,
what
you
you're
got a
saying.
chirp over there. Something is
Oh, I
chirping
do
over
have
there.
that chirp. And I went to the store to look for that battery. And do you know, Eveready wants $24 for 2 9-volt batteries? And I'm like, well, shit,
Everything is going up like crazy.
where is the Dollar Tree? I
We
only want to stop the chirp, but I don't want to.
we putting a hurting on these people. Everything that went up sky high.
They can go up as high as they want. It'd be like Jamaica, $10,000 for a hamburger. Or 10,000 liras. And I'm like, wow, what is that? $2, $5. My goodness, you have to count that high just to get straight with the money exchange.
Yeah, but it's not worth much. That's just the way they denomination is.
Right. Oh, that's amazing though. When I hear people talk like that, it's like the Mexican peso.
Yeah, that's how it is in Africa. Um, the Nigerian money is real low. Gambian money is a little higher than theirs.
You know that the symbol on a dollar here in this land is the Mexican peso. It doesn't have 2 bars, it only has 1 bar.
Hmm. Well, we started out speaking Latin, and South America is America until they split it up when they stole the land. Around 1917, I believe, somewhere around there.
I don't understand what's the quest for all this murder, death, kill all over the plane.
You really don't know? You still don't know, matriarch?
No, I mean it's ridiculous. Why is all it from? I mean, if they weren't here, why are we killing each other like that?
What do you mean? Who was we?
Man, I mean, brother, family, tribes, people of the same country just going around killing each other.
Where do you see that at?
All these lands I see on all these books, people have been warring,
That is because they
warring.
fighting to keep what's theirs. That's why they ain't fighting each other. And in the beginning, they were not. Now it's like crabs in the bucket because that's the spell. Now that I see how ritualistically they have casted spells out and do this ritual work on a daily basis. This is what's causing all of this. This is what's causing us to take each other out, for our youth to shoot each other, and just random craziness. Just like they turned the tribes of California on each other, Crips and Bloods and all of that. All of
Right,
this stuff is a spell that they
right.
work on. They put energy into this all around the world for this to happen. But you still have individuals in the church and in Islamism and Catholicism, Judaism. You can't tell nothing. But the people who started these organizations, they not practicing none of that mess. They took the real stuff out. They doing that sorcery. They using that mind control for wicked to control others and to control the world. So it's only a few of us that's going to really understand what that means and how powerful that is, because we see it, we're doing it, we are acting in that power. Those of us who know that, we know what they're working with, but they're not as powerful as us. That's why they have to have mass numbers doing this stuff
Right.
in order for it to take effect. And this is what they learned from us. This is a full manifestation of the God power, the God gene. They can You are a co-creator on this planet, and anybody that don't believe that, you're gonna be stuck.
That's the 9. Can't give, you can't, We're not the 6, we're the 9. And God and the great God, the creator never made no junk. So these scientists talk about junk DNA are really stupid. And that boy, they got this show, Ancestry, come on PBS. He sat up there and said all this stuff is a hoax. It's not even real. And Oprah just said that she was a Zulu, and he told his researcher that, and the researcher said, I never told her that. He said, well, make it true, play with the DNA till it becomes true. And I'm like, dang, she going around telling people she's a Zulu. She ain't no Zulu. She's practicing identity theft with all her money. Oh, that was terrible.
Illusionists. That's what they all about. You can't get to the level of where she was and you're not down with the team.
So I can be anything I want to be. But when she was smoking crack in Baltimore City on Fairview Avenue and she was on TV, look at her now. Wow. Sell out. Or she just joined a club because she wasn't doing all that great.
She was born into a Masonic family. And in those Masonic families, those Jesuits made them give up sacrifices. That's what she did to get to the level she was at.
She sacrificed, I'm not sure if she had a child or not. She made some sacrifices.
Yep, she was the initiator. Jamie Foxx came on YouTube on one of them shows and talked about how Oprah Winfrey came to his house and he don't know how she got in with 2 goons, told him to get up, get dressed, we going, let's go. Took him somewhere and he talked about how they had sex on multiple occasions and he felt uncomfortable because Stedman was there. All of that.
Who was that?
Oprah Winfrey and Jamie Foxx.
I thought Jamie Foxx really wanted her. He putting that out there like, oh, she's the woman to catch, she's the woman to have, and oh my goodness.
No, that's an initiation. She is a gatekeeper.
All of them are in cahoots. Jamie Foxx.
They have to bond. They have to bond into that blood sharing, sex rituals, all of that.
Yeah. Oh, Jamie Foxx. Yeah, I can see him being big as he is because he joined in their club.
He was on YouTube or one of them shows saying that him and Lenny Kravitz had shared love together.
Oh no. Well, I thought he was married to Bonet, whatever the child name is. Played on the Cosby Show.
So what? Jada is married to this dude.
Oh, you can do
Now
what
people
you
wonder
want.
why Jada be looking at him like, ugh. They don't even know the whole backstory. They just be talking about Jada. She don't respect him. She dog him. She do this. She do that. That girl is miserable ever since she found out that man did some homosexual acts to get to where he is, and then sacrifice them children to the industry without her consent. How about he did that? Maybe that's why she don't like him.
Yeah, sitting up there tongue kissing David Letterman. Ew. Yeah,
Wow, I never seen that one.
Oh, V saw it. Said she saw it. That was terrible.
Yeah, I did hear about him trying to force his son to kiss him in the mouth too on TV.
Oh, his son didn't want to do that.
But somebody turned him into a homosexual.
His son?
From what I understand, yes.
Oh, that's terrible. Probably getting into all them drugs out there.
It
It's a
started off
spell.
with his fashion. His fashion indicated that he had been turned, or he had been debauched, because he was wearing shirts that looked like dresses.
That's when they know it's time. I've just watched a video from a former or somebody that's in the industry, and he was talking about how they test you. They first start you with that. It starts with the stylist, he said. He said if the stylist come in there and give you some cross-dressing looking stuff and you put it on, they go tell their people, yeah, he ready. Then they come at you with the next phase. Come in this room at this party. All the different rooms at the party represent something different. You start wearing cross-dressing stuff, then they taking you to that room.
It goes down.
So what we gonna do with all these people?
Don't they go to that hot pot of fire?
Put them in the fire.
They go in the fire.
They going to Hades for real.
Direct
Hey,
connect.
they coming to me. So you know I'm putting them in the fire. I'm putting them in the fire, honey. After I done went through all of these people thinking I'm about to come into, my inheritance without any problems, get rid of my own family members, go to my ancestors and say, whoever this is, show me who this is. Get rid of them. Face pop up. Mark Anderson is the dude, Mark Christopher.
Yeah.
That's showing his flag.
Yeah, he just
They show me his face. Huh?
I was saying he just took over for David Wynn Miller.
Man, they got rid of him. He killed that man. Learned everything he could out of him and killed that man. These people wicked. They know how to do. They're spiritual assassins. This is what makes them so dangerous. Like it's like crazy because they have been having their way in the world using ancient knowledge for bad and for wicked. So it has to be some energies, some people on the planet that can put them in check.
Right. That's wonderful.
It's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. And I never liked somebody that abused power, a bully. That's the worst kind. That's not even a fair fight. Why would you want to fight somebody that you know you can beat? I ain't never been into that. I hate a bully. I mean hate. Yeah, I'm saying hate for the first time. on my broadcast. That is something that I hate. A bully, somebody abuse power over people. Hmm. That's what fuels me right now. I promise you. I mean, I done had situations where those that was trying to help me or did help me and my children when they had did this Piper Glenn thing that was fraud. They was trying to take my children, locked us out of the house, took all our clothes. My children didn't have no clothes for school. Somehow, some way, the Most High, the ancestors kept us, and they kept them in school, and they never missed a beat. And there was this one individual who was helping and taking my daughter to school. God bless his soul, the ancestors bless his soul. He didn't know what he was getting into, and I didn't know either. I really didn't know the element. And he was taking Brittany to school against the will of, you know, his higher ups at the government level. He was high up in the government, Department of Justice. He was in the Department of Justice. And he would get up extra early off of his work time to make sure he wasn't on his work time to take Brittany to school and make sure she made it to school. Blake was already, you know, with his one of his good friends going to school there playing football. So it didn't affect him during that, you know, time as far as going
Right.
to school. But this man, he knew what was going on. He was monitoring them. Cause so these was wicked, crooked FBI agents working for my cousin Mark Anderson. One of the main officers that kept coming to Piper Glen arrest. One of the main officers that kept coming to Piper Glen arresting me. Name was Michael Anderson. So now, all these years later, I'm putting two and two together, and even this boy Orlando
Brown.
Orlando Brown, even this boy, he goes on to talk about how P. Diddy and Puff Daddy and Jay-Z are going by the name Anderson as their aliases, female names, and using Anderson. So I'm putting all this together. I'm saying to myself, I can see it. I can see it now because I know the powers that family line was running shit. They was running everything. So they was working for Mark Anderson.
Wow.
They in that order. They can call on any number of these celebrities, and that's how they got the power. They put these people under their orders. They have to follow those orders. They took blood pacts and blood rituals. And that family line, the family line that I come from, anybody in rulership, they know who they are. They know. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. They know. They know the family line I come from before I knew. So it's like I come from ruling family. You don't do what you told, you're gonna pay a consequence. And that's in my DNA. You're gonna pay a consequence. So I know how to rule. That is innate, that's something that's in me. So fast forward, this man was trying to help. He called me one day and one time before he called me for the last time, he said, these people are trying. First of all, I called him and he just hung up the phone and I knew something was up. I ain't even try to call him back. Then the last time he called me was probably a year after the Piper Glen incident. He said these people are trying to kill me. If anything happened to me, you know, this, and this. And I was just in my own survival mode. I wasn't really taking him seriously, but I never heard from him again. And he told me that he was having kidney problems. All these people along the way have been telling me they having kidney problems, kidney failure. Different people I'm working with telling me
Right.
kidney failure.
Right.
These people had gang stalked him and took his kidneys from him. And I remember, I don't know if y'all the tribe remember me telling y'all these people trying to take my kidneys and stuff. I could feel the pounding of, you know, these wicked spirits trying to pull my kidneys out my body. You could feel the pounding, like it's for real.
Oh, I
You
don't
got
remember that.
yeah. You got hundreds of people doing it. This is what I'm saying. It's like I had to be born for this to survive this long.
Yeah.
The Rosicrucian order has 80,000 disciples that do this type of work. They're spiritual assassins. That's just one group. They have
Yeah.
several groups. They have the fraternal orders. They have the Daughters and Sons of the Nile, Daughters and Sons of Isis, Ku Klux Klan, Scottish Rites, Freemasons. All of these groups. It is like I'm in Alice in Wonderland. It's like so crazy. The world I live in now is crazy. Like this is a whole nother world because it's been kept secret to all of us for so long. But now that it's right up in my face, I'm seeing everything and I'm like, this is crazy. This is nuts. Who should have to live like this? I am not living like this. So this is why I'm determined to do this work every day because I'm going to protect myself, my family, my tribe, and I'm not going out like that. You talking about thousands of people gang stalking, doing witchcraft and sorcery on you every day? This is why I be telling my daughter sometimes, like, you don't know my life. You don't understand what I go through. I handle it with grace. I handle it gracefully, but I've been under severe attack for years. So, you know, it is definitely time for a change. That's all I can say. It's definitely time for a change. And any moment now, we here. They shall not prevail. And I'm determined about that. I mean, it's just astonishing how much that has gone on without anyone, bringing this stuff in check. And these people running everything. They was running the government, running the financial system, running the sports industry, running the television and communications broadcasting industry. Everything, everything, movie and film, and requiring, their workers, their staff, their, agents and their artists to be a part of this if they wanted to rise to a higher level. They have to be a part of this, a part of their, order. But I bet you none of these people knew what this Jesuit priest looked like because they kept themselves hidden. If they knew they was taking orders from a rhesus monkey, do you think they would be doing it? You on mute, matriarch. You can unmute if you want. I doubt it.
I sure am on mute, and I'm just sitting up here talking. Oh my goodness.
I kept saying you on mute.
I said, no, they would never see somebody that looks like he's from the Twilight Zone that's ruling over you. You got to be in a spell. Wake up.
And that's all it is. You can go to Virginia, Washington, D.C., and certain places, and you can feel that they under a spell. Everybody walking around like a zombie, acting like they can't speak to you or don't look up. They always looking down. And they keeping this dark cloud over in the sky in Virginia. It's just always cloudy. That's sorcery and mind control. They got these planes. They dropping this white sorcery stuff, and they dropping disease. They doing whatever they want to do. This is why in my first claim, the ancestors had me put in that first claim in 2007 and charged it to all the departments and the United States Corporation. Galactically, I'm claiming all of that back. Get out my airspace with your BS over our heads, dropping whatever you want to drop. They out of control. Dropping bombs on people to take their land. I mean, that's just ludicrous. That's out of control. How did they get away with that? Them and their descendants need to go to the death chamber right now because they still benefiting from the shit they did to those people in Black Wall Street. Bombed them and took over their land.
All over.
Like, they want to talk about this Holocaust. Damn Holocaust worse than ours. The stuff they've been doing over this period of time. It's gonna be a change. No, it's gonna be a great change. Trust me.
And the Pope said, y'all better be lucky that they don't do to you what you have done to them.
Tefna said, yep, here in Colorado too. I was gonna mention Colorado too because I done been there also. I was gonna say Colorado. Yeah. They're putting spells over us. And that's the same thing with this COVID. They did it real concentrated in certain areas. And then, the human rights and United Nations and the different international courts started looking into it and they stopped. But when this COVID thing first came out, this is like they put flu in the air and all this different stuff in the air.
Right.
All of a sudden you wake up and everybody go outside and they sick because they put it in the air.
Yeah.
So
I thought they put it in tanker cars on the railroads because they had a tanker car that had COVID-19 on it. Totally black, but white letters, COVID-19. I'm like, wow, are they dripping, spraying, pouring in different places?
Everything. The towers too, the 5G. It's all of it's genetically modified to affect us. When it first came out, the guy, the technician, he came out, he showed it on his video. He was putting in 5G and it said COVID-19.
Oh.
So this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a master illusionist that want to create a situation through the media and make people believe whatever. All it is perception. If they can get you to believe it, it's done. It don't matter if it's true or not. And that's what we've been dealing with. Masters of deception.
So they time is up.
Vicky, want to say something?
Last question.
Don't keep saying that.
They're coming like clockwork as I listen to you guys talk. What is the name of that Geminator, the website where you type in a name and you can see what's connected to what?
Gematriator.
Can you please put
Um,
this in the chat?
let me make sure I'm saying it right. It's been a
I
while
can't
since
say
I've
it
been in
right.
there. Hold on.
Thank you.
Welcome. Gematria. Let me see. Yep, calculator. Gematria calculator. Everything is numbers. Everything is boils down to mathematics.
Everything.
So this program calculates, you just put in a name and it's going to tell you, I wonder if this is the one we use. Yeah, Gematrinator. That's why I keep saying it like that. Gematrinator, because this is the one we use on. Okay, I'm putting it in the chat. So this is how I cross-referenced a lot of the stuff that I was getting through, Divine Akash. I'll put the name in there and it correlated with everything. And then I got a divination done from my Babalawo, my Ifa father, Godfather. We call him in Ifa Godmother and Godfather. So now I'm Godmother to many, spiritual Godmother. So he's my Godfather. And so when I was getting all this information from when I learned about this guy, when they showed me his face, Mark Anderson, I started backtracking from there, doing my own divinations and just sitting in the quiet and waiting for the answers. And they were showing me things. Then I got the divination from my Babalawo, and he confirmed that yes, it was a super strong yes that my family line had been here in America ruling for 45,000 years. And that's one of the things they gave me because they kept leading me to Santos Bonacci. And they kept leading me to doing readings. So as I'm getting into the, you know, prepared to start doing my readings, I was led to Santos Bonacci by the nobles, a couple of the nobles. And and I said no wonder the ancestors was on me heavy about this. The first video I saw from him talked about the black nobility. Immediately something struck me. And I said, ancestors, is this who been blocking me? Is this who been coming after me? My own family? And they said yes. Oh man, I went through a thing. I just was crying, and it was just terrible to find out this information. Like my own family line would secretly be doing this to me. Why? I couldn't understand it. The ancestors just told me to get it together. We lost them a long time ago. You're gonna have to do your work and be diligent about your work. That's it. You know, I'm a Cancer. I'm maternal. I'm a motherly sign, and I'm family orientated, and I couldn't get with that. So anyway, so I'm seeing all these names, Santo Bonacci, and stuff just resonates with you. Sometimes you don't really know on the surface, but your subconscious know, and you just like this. Okay, something resonates with me. Let me go further with this. So I started checking through all the names. True enough, two of the family names of the black nobility families is me, my family line. So then I started going, oh man, I took some days to just ask questions, to just go through it and they started talking to me. That's when they started talking to me and telling me that I got to write the true testament of what happened and the different parts of how it happened with the empire falling and all of that. And if you look at this video that Jay-Z did, it's talking about the story of my great great grandmother and the empire falling. So these people been knowing about this information, knowing about me for a long time. They are part of that secret order. They've been given orders to block me, suppress me, come at me with sorcery. They are the ones they're the gatekeepers for the so-called blacks. So a while back when one of the nobles showed me this video, I'm like, this guy knows something because this is the story right here. This is exactly the story of my great great grandmother and how the empire fell. He did a whole video on it, like a small movie.
Who is that?
Jay-Z.
Oh,
Jay-Z did it. So now I'm putting all of this, we in the time of revelation, so everything coming out.
right.
Now fast forward to the other day, this boy Orlando Brown is talking about Jay-Z and is talking about Anderson. These dudes was working for my cousin. They know the whole story. It's crazy. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I just feel like Alice in Wonderland sometimes, but like the ancestors is telling me, you got work to do. Don't even concentrate on that. You can't spend no more time on that. You got to keep going because we almost there. And I'm 10 years behind because of these people. So I can't get them no more energy. But anyway, so Santos Bonacci is dealing with astrology.
Yeah.
So that but how we say in our prayer, our cosmic and earthly creators,
Yeah.
all of that it goes together. So he's an astrologer. He knows how to read charts and do astrology. How is it that he knows about the black nobility families? Because all of that is connected. It all goes together. It all goes together.
Right. I think I heard him talking about the Venetians and how these families were melanated years ago, and they controlled I think it's Venezuela is coming to my mind. They traveled around by boat and they controlled different lands. And
That's the Moors. That's the Moors traversing.
They were one of the 13 royal families.
Yes. Yes.
Phoenician. Yeah. Yeah. He had a lot of wisdom, I would say. But he seemed like he got emaciated as he got older.
Meaning?
He had some weight to him, and now he looks so puny.
Oh, okay. They're probably working on him.
Yeah, because he's giving it up.
Oh, yeah, he could. He did say he got sick. I was watching something of his, and he was talking about he had gotten real sick. They probably doing something. But, like the late, great Dick Gregory said, they can't take us all out. They can't kill us all.
Right. He in his last interview with the Breakfast Club, you should check that out one day.
I shared that with y'all.
You did? Oh, well, I don't know where I got it from. It must have been It was so good, but that one guy, he was getting on my nerves, asking stupid questions, just
Yeah,
trying
that's
to
why he
block
shut them
him.
down. That's why. But see, that's why Dick Gregory put them in their place all the time. You see how he did that?
Yes.
Charlemagne the God kept trying to interrupt him. He said, "Wait a minute, hold on. How long am I here? And how long are you here? I'm only here for a few minutes. You gonna let me talk, or you gonna keep talking?" I was like, Dick Gregory was something else. He was something else. But he
Yeah.
did it. He did it with love. He didn't have no malice in his heart.
I mean, shut the H up.
Yeah, he put him in his place. I was cracking up.
I was cracking up too. I was like, wow. Yeah, he was
Not
getting some
playing.
stories. He was telling some stories,
Yeah.
real stories, not no fake.
Yeah. And what else did he talk about? He talked about how Haiti won the war against these pale faces trying to come take their land. And he talked about how they used their ancestral magic to defeat them, keep them off that land. And he said all of us had his power. Y'all need to tap into your powers. That's what he said.
Wow. Y'all need to go home. She's waiting on y'all. Go see your mother. Yeah, that was good. That was a really good show. I like that Dick Gregory interview.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's one legend that I wish I could have met. And I got close to meeting him, but it didn't happen. Gotta get past some of these we have gotten past a lot of these blockages that have been trying to hinder us.
A lot of these blockages that's trying to hinder us.
And that's that spiritual work. I mean, we couldn't do it without that. We can't do it, on our own. That's what the ancestors, for years, the ancestors kept telling me, you need help, you need help. I'm thinking, I need the help of my peers or something like that. That's not what they were saying. I need the real help. You need your ancestors. That's what they was trying to tell me.
They've been waiting on you.
Little did I know. That's why I said the only thing I wish is that we came back here with more of our memory, and then it wouldn't be so difficult to make a transition into especially when it's a drastic transition. And that's probably why, I wouldn't have been ready at the age of 33 or 34, because it was just too much knowledge to attain to be able to defeat them. It was too much working against me. I needed time to grow up into this. And I did a doggone good job without no knowledge of none of this when I was being attacked and challenged. I had to figure all of this out on my own. And well, let me take that back. I had to tap into self, tap into the Akash. And that's when, they made me depend on them. Let go all this earthly stuff. The children gonna be all right. They're our children too. We got them. We're not gonna let nothing happen to them. You need to do your work. What they told me. So the only thing I could do at that time is keep going before the ancestors to guard and protect my children, keep a hedge of protection around them at all times, keep them from danger seen and unseen. Please watch over my children. And they did. And they still do. Continue to. No matter what's going on, they always got control. That, like they said, those are our children too. And I had to sit back and think about that, like, wow, they in control of their divine destinies was just like mine.
They watching them.
So that makes me feel a lot better in the job and the task that I have to do. This is a daily job. This is work. It's not like, people throw that title around lightly. Like, I don't throw these titles around lightly, but I always knew who I was. For some reason, I never liked to be called queen. That it irritated me to my core. I mean, it really did. It really did. And brothers didn't mean no harm, but I just didn't like it. I just did not like it.
So queen is a gay guy, a homosexual.
That's what they see, these elastic words. That's what they put out there to try to diminish the real meaning of it. So our queen, we spelled it Kween. When they came, just like king is with a K, when they came, that's how you know this is an imposter. That QU queer shit. For queer.
Yeah. Unmistakable. That is amazing. It's amazing. Amazing life. And they sit up there every Sunday, watch TV and get lied to. Now they go to church on TV and get lied to right in your face. Yeah. So they just won't make it, that's all. They are the ones that's gonna get rejected.
Yep.
I was thinking earlier that that's the Noah story. He was telling the people, come and follow me and do this, do that, and everything. And the people was partying and having a good time. And when that rain started, and he had already built that boat, they came and knocking, but it was too late. They saw people that they knew, but hey, you had a chance to build. You had a chance to build. You rejected it. So you get what you get. We out for the children anyway. All these grown people lying. They get on my nerves with the chicken laying the egg. Why you gonna lie to your child at this age? When they get older, they gonna see that you've been lying to them. Come on, just tell the truth. Don't lie. And having it laying the egg.
These idiots still sending spies into my telegram. I said, you better tell Collins to stop playing games with me. Their games and their time is up. I know all y'all operatives It's hashtag Empress plays no games. Stop playing with me. I'm tired of y'all. Go get a life. Or I finish putting the rest of y'all in the grave.
That is something came across your lecture, eyes wide open lectures. It was a member of Light to Jerry Bay's group, and I'm like, this boy got to be the stupidest person I ever seen.
These people on my dang on nerves. Quit playing with me. Y'all know who I am by now. Don't. I'm not playing. I'm not up for no games. Spies and spooks and all of this shit. Sending assassins to my house all day today. My ancestors took care of that. That's why I keep my stuff in the yard around my house. They took me through the different levels of knowledge of how to protect myself. Y'all ain't walking up on me like that. Y'all not walking up on me like that and coming in my house no more. See, I ain't I'm just out of patience with this whole thing. I'm ready to move on to the next levels of my life, you know.
Yes. Yes,
It's
I
just
know
been
I
too
am.
much time with this. You steadily trying to block something. You ain't gonna block my inheritance and my destiny.
You ain't got no power here. Nothing.
Mm-mm.
You lucky you still here.
Absolutely.
But your time is coming.
Yeah, it's just I'm not used to sitting still. And I've been made to sit still for a long time. And I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. I have really put in the work to raise my vibration up to what is necessary for me to do this job. Uh, uh, and I had a lot of fun in my youth. As a child, very, very giggly, fun loving. And then, my life got serious. I guess that's why. I guess that's why I was always goofy as a child. Because I knew somewhere deep down inside I was going to be serious for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. You got something to sit in that rocking chair and think about. Young
Shoot,
life.
they say I'm gonna be working until I'm in my hundreds. I ain't gonna sit down until I'm gone.
Well, if you ever want to sit down and think about it.
I don't want to sit in no rocking chair. Certain things indicate that you just ready to sit down, and I don't think I want to do that for a long time.
Okay. Well, I never thought about it like that, but
I know what you mean, though.
just relax and remember when.
Hmm. I used to
Remember
be one.
roller
I
skating, pumping, pump
I
it up.
I rem I remember when I was young, I was hustling so hard, and I would block everything out. I wouldn't come around my family. I'm just hustling. I'm doing my real estate, making my money. And my grandmother one time, my great grandmother Nanny, she said she was good for reading people too. She didn't bite her tongue. She said, "Honey, you got to take the time to sometimes sit back and smell the roses. You can't
Yeah, what
just you just can't just you know, wear yourself thin. And then another time she told me, because I was always trying to do something different, do something creative, just like I do now, a lot of different stuff going on. She was like, honey, you got too many irons in the fire. You can't have you can't have all these irons in the fire at the same time. You gotta start one thing and let that work out for you, and then you move on and do something else, and then you move on. You can't just have all these irons in the fire. You're just putting too many irons in the fire at the same time. So I was around wisdom, like that old school wisdom. Real simple. Yep.
He was
Then.
watching.
He was wise. Yeah, definitely. Definitely wise. Mm-hmm. Vicky back. Y'all gonna stay on here all night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
No, it's
Y'all
not,
some-
is it? Oh my
y'all
goodness,
something
it
else.
is.
Y'all something else, boy. Y'all have me on here.
Only
To
11. It's
cow
only
something.
11:40 in California territory.
Ah,
So I still got
y'all,
time. Okay.
y'all.
I put the information in the
oh gosh.
Chat.
what do I do? What do I do with the numbers? Now that I put the names in and got the numbers and I screenshotted them, right? What do I do? What do I do now that I know all the numbers associated with the name?
Go to one called Gematria. Go to that one, Gematria, and see. It's supposed to
I got my
be
grandmother's name in.
It's supposed to be a section where you put the name in, and on the side of it is going to give you a lot of different phrases. That's the one you want. And in those phrases, you study those phrases and do backtrack like that. And that's how you will find out the different aspects and attributes that's attached to that name.
Okay, well, I put my grandmother's name in and I got all the numbers and it showed me how I broke all the numbers down. But now what do I do with the numbers? I don't see the next step unless I have to upgrade the app.
I don't know about that one. I just know about the one where you put the name in and it shows you the phrases. It shows you a whole bunch of phrases.
Well,
so it's different parts to that app.
This one gave me numbers. I'm okay with it. I know what to do with the numbers. I can go to a Hebrew concordance dictionary or etymology. Let's see what these numbers mean. All right, I'm gonna figure it out. But I did my parents' name, my name. Yeah, I got it. I'll figure it out.
Empress, if you're ready to go, I'm not gonna hold you.
Okay. Vicky, you over there in California. I might need you to take a trip over to the Marathon store. If anybody that you know in California that may know Black Sam, Nipsey Hussle's brother,